personal toilet.
But sinks, toilets, and showers.
Elements of bathrooms.
10 times, 15 times.
Elements of bathrooms.
We're looking very strongly at sinks and showers.
Elements of bathrooms.
10 times, 15 times.
Elements of bathrooms.
What on earth is going on with Trump and toilets? Trump's White House toilet would be clogged with documents that Donald Trump was flushing down the toilet. Is this the explanation? Is this the explanation?
Big massive dumps.
Elements of bathrooms.
10 times, 15
Trump is doing
times.
this with his personal toilet.
Elements of bathrooms.
And showers.
Big massive dumps.
Elements of bathrooms. Duty.
10 times, 15 times. Not me,
Elements of bathrooms.
God bless the United States. Thank you very much.
Elements of bathrooms.
Look at that. 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 That is freaking predator right there.
What?
Who thinks he's smarter than you?
What?
Who thinks he's smarter than you?
What?
Who thinks he's smarter than you?
This is stupid. This is stupid. This is stupid.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Pac-Man's a loser. Pac-Man's a loser. Pac-Man's a loser. Pac-Man's a loser. This is
Look at
stupid.
that.
This
Look at
is
that.
stupid.
Look at that.
This is
Look at that.
stupid.
Look at that.
This
Look
is
at that.
stupid.
Look at that.
Alex Jones is lying to you. That might come as a shock.
Pac-Man.
What?
Pac-Man.
What?
Pac-Man. This is stupid. This is stupid. This is stupid. This is stupid. Jones has fake callers. Jones has fake callers. Jones has fake callers. Jones has fake callers. This is stupid. This is stupid. This is stupid. This is stupid. Corporate takeover, censorship, debanking, arrest, tyranny.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Corporate takeover, censorship, debanking, arrest, tyranny.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Corporate takeover, censorship, debanking, arrest, tyranny.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Corporate takeover, censorship, debanking, arrest, tyranny.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Pac-Man's a loser. Pac-Man's a loser. Pac-Man's a loser. Pac-Man's a loser.
He's a disgrace. He's a disgrace. He's a disgrace. He's a disgrace. Look at that. Look at that.
Uh-oh. Mangoes?
My bag of mangoes.
Uh-oh. I love mangoes too.
9 cents. Okay. Now that we are up under a Biden's regime, my bag of mangoes now costs $11.99.
That seems like a pretty good deal. A bag of mangoes? Aren't mangoes like $3 each? That's it. I want what, $8 or $11. That sounds
The American people alive. And highway robbery is what you're doing. Bring my mangoes back down. My bag of mangoes. My bag of mangoes.
mangoes.
My bag of mangoes. Bring my mangoes back down. Raise the price of fruit. Don't raise the price of fruit. Don't raise the price of fruit. Bring my mangoes back down.
The Wisconsin crowd identified with the mangoes.
Unfortunately affected the American people. Those who want me to be healthy. Those who want me to be healthy. It's highway robbery is what you're doing. Don't raise the price of fruit. Don't raise the price of fruit. Don't raise the price of fruit. Don't raise the price of fruit.
Mangoes?
Well, what an incredible day. A continued tragedy in the United States of America, but a momentous day as well. Maybe unexpectedly, or maybe exactly as expected, it is absolute and complete protest chaos outside the National Rifle Association convention in Houston, Texas, the site where failed former president Donald Trump will shortly be speaking. We are reviewing coverage previously aired by Right Side Broadcasting Network. At the protests, there were scuffles and kerfuffles. There were some light fisticuffs, I guess I would say. But it is complete and total chaos as multiple key Republicans have actually pulled out of speaking at the event. But Trump insists this is a very special time, an interesting time to speak. Where was this? I had it somewhere. Oh, okay, no, we'll get to that. Anyway, so Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick have decided they are not going to be speaking at the NRA. However, Trump and apparently Ted Cruz are still expected to speak, and we are monitoring a number of different feeds. We've got Right Side Broadcasting, which is, I guess they're getting set up indoors right now. Unclear how many doors there are at the convention, but some such number. They are getting set up indoors. This is coverage from earlier. There are protests outside the convention that are taking place, which we are watching. There are also cameras at a Houston leadership event on gun violence in Uvalde, Texas, the site of that horrible mass shooting just days ago, and at the Houston rally. We also are standing by. Governor Greg Abbott from Texas is going to give some kind of a press conference where maybe some answers will be given about what exactly were police doing. There are reports. I'm going to tell you, there were reports of the following things, and we'll see which of these things are true. That police were too scared to go in and confront the gunman. That police got their own kids out of the school and then just waited outside. All sorts of claims are being made. I am not yet ready to kind of hang my hat on any particular claim other than the following one. Something was not done correctly in terms of the good guys with guns that are always pointed to as this is why more people should have firearms in these situations. And if there is any greater indictment of the ridiculous idea to arm teachers, arm lunch ladies, arm janitors, if there's any greater indictment of that than what happened with the police in Uvalde, I can't think of a greater indictment, okay? And I got a bunch of emails from teachers, about a dozen, and I tweeted about this, where they all say, I'm a teacher. Arming me? What are you talking about? We are in a very, very sad state of affairs. Also, I'm aware that closing arguments are happening in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. It seems inappropriate for today's show. I don't know what people think. Like, yes, I'm aware it's going on, but it just doesn't seem like the right thing to be covering today. I don't know. Do people agree about that? It just would seem weird. People are generally in agreement. Yeah. So we're going to get away from that. Let's listen to a little bit of the conversations that Right Side had with some of the protesters. Any moment, we're going to be inside the convention, and a lot is happening. Take a listen.
Here we go. I'll show you my badge. There you go, right there. Okay, there you go. I'm good. You can just Google us. You can find out who we are. What's your thoughts on all this?
I don't have any thoughts. They have the right to say what they want to say. It's America, right? So just like I agree that everybody should have a gun, they agree that no one should have a gun, there should be less violence. We all agree on the same thing. I just think that the way of getting to it is different. I don't want gun violence. Who wants gun violence unless you're like some sort of crazy man? I have kids too, so they all say they love their children. I have a 1-year-old and a 9-year-old, so I love my children also. So by them saying we love our children, they're trying to say that everybody on this side doesn't love their children, which is kind of odd. I think most people love their children.
Yeah, there we go. For your good parents out there. I'm walking around trying to engage conversation, trying to get both sides of the coin. I want to hear, and I get a lot of screaming. I've got to be honest with you. I don't get a lot of logic coming from this side at all.
When I ask people about gun violence and what to do to stop it, no one says anything. No one says put more money into communities where the crime is happening and putting more money into the schools.
Well, even that, all these talking points, I know you guys, I'm not blowing smoke. You guys all know this. Oh, wait a second. Let me see if I can get my super chats fixed. There they are. every one of these talking points has another side, like the concept of put money into communities that have more crime. Some of the communities that have more crime have it because there's more cops there. And when you have more cops, they observe more things. And there's a real question as to, well, if you put the cops in a different neighborhood, the record of crime might go up because you've got cops looking for crime in those neighborhoods. It's this vicious cycle. You guys all know this. So there's no problem with trying to stop crime. Obviously, we all want to stop crime. But every single one of these are sort of like straw men, distraction arguments. I put out a 10-point list of specific things I would do to stop gun violence. And it's funny because in the segment, I preface the segment by saying, if you just pick any one item on my list, it's not going to stop all gun violence. The point here isn't, well, if one thing won't solve it, do nothing. That's an idiotic perspective. The point would be, wow, if it's such a big problem that one thing won't stop the gun violence, then we probably should be doing many things. But this is another, talking point. They never give us a specific set of proposals. I outlined one. And there was not a ton of good faith engagement with it, I will tell you, disappointingly. Okay, if you're just joining us, Donald Trump is still planning to speak at the NRA convention momentarily. That event is scheduled to start in 22 minutes. We are also monitoring this feed from a protest right outside the NRA convention. Let's listen.
What the most conservative Supreme Court justice to ever sit on the bench, Justice Antonin Scalia. Are you writing this down? No, don't boo him. Hold on. In 2008, in D.C. versus Heller, this is exactly what he said. Like most rights, the Second Amendment is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever, in any manner whatsoever, and for whatever reason. So if even Justice Scalia can make the point that common sense regulation does not infringe on our rights to defend ourselves, then we can find common ground and we can pass the laws we need just like the rest of the world has.
Unfortunately, the NRA is a very, very big impediment to that. We are getting our first video from inside the NRA convention, and soon Right Side Broadcasting will be taking us inside there. We're also standing by for a press conference from Greg Abbott about what the hell happened with police in Uvalde, Texas. We will hopefully soon get an answer to that. But there is a lot happening today, and I'm really glad that you are with us. Let me go to a few super chats. Aaron says, gun culture is the cause of so many problems here. Our police are literally in an arms race with our citizens. Right. There's one report that police were like, oh, the shooter has an AR-15. Wow, that's really dangerous. We're not going in there. I mean, just think about that. If police are saying that, then maybe that's not a firearm that should be floating around so easily. Chakaseki says proposed Republican solutions to shootings include moats, trapdoors, creating an actual RoboCop, banning doors, prayer, etc. Yes, also banning rap music. Rap music, extremely dangerous. Oh, wait, every country has rap music, but they don't have the shootings. COVID, quote, lockdowns, which Texas had none of. Oh, wait, every country had those, but that didn't cause the shooting. Yeah, no shortage of scapegoats, as I would call them. Where can you find my 10-point list? There's a video clip I did on my YouTube channel. It's called specific. Let me see if I can find it. So videos. Here it is. List of specific gun safety regulations to try. Okay. It's one of my more recent videos that you can check out. Okay, let me say some thank yous. I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody who's joining us today. Bob Sacamano, John the Elder Dragan, Fifth Dimension, T-Dog, Queen of Wildfire, Brain Matter, Troixy, Tooge, Malfunction, Joe Sauce, and Jen here. Are our first 10 supporters for the stream today. I really, really appreciate that. I also want to say thanks to Eric Herrera, who just signed up at joinpacman.com, Rory Lepsky, who just signed up at joinpacman.com, numbers 11 and 12 today. And also, I have 2 gifted memberships, Kevin Gouldy and Juan, each gifting a membership, putting us at 14. I really appreciate that. Other super chats coming in. Can we revisit Defund the Police now? Pledge allegiance to the hip hop. January 6th public hearings start June 9th. Look for Trump and family to, quote, travel abroad before June 9th. Yeah, my plan is to cover those hearings. 2 infants die and baby formula is pulled from shelves across the country. 19 children die and nothing is done. Well, they're looking very strongly at doors. Darren says, I'm a few miles away from the protests in Houston. I'm heading over there now. All right, well, be safe, Darren, because it seems to be getting pretty damn weaponized over there. We certainly don't want anybody getting hurt. All right, so be very careful. Pretty sure they're going through the conference to, quote, own the libs. It sure ain't because of a non-refundable deposit. Yes. Part of this conference is, oh, hold on, it's Beto.
Gifted and talented. I want you to remember Alithia. I want Jess and Ryan and that family to know that their child will always live with us for as long as we live. We will pass her story and her name down to the generations that follow us. We will never forget them. We will never forget Uvalde. We will always remember her. The second thing she asked is that we do everything that we can with what we have, where we are, so that no mother ever feels as she does right now, ever has to experience the grief and the loss that they are feeling right now at this moment. And I say that because there are some, including those who've lost, those who are most dear to them, who will say it is too soon for us to talk about what we are going to do.
Guys, you can't talk. It's too soon to talk about politics. What? What an idiotic thing to say.
That the time for us to have stopped Uvalde was right after Sandy Hook.
Right.
The time for us to have stopped Uvalde was right after Parkland.
Sure.
The time for us to have stopped Uvalde was right after Santa Fe High School. The time for us to stop the next mass shooting in this country is right now, right here,
well
today,
said.
with every single one of us.
Yeah, but they're looking very strongly into video games and doors.
And to those everywhere, in El Paso, in Sutherland Springs, in Midland, Odessa, in Houston, Texas, to those who've lost somebody, but because it happens so much in this country, it has numbed us, and their names never made the newspaper. They may never be remembered. To those who still live with their wounds from gun violence, disabled today, not able to live as they did the day before, I want you to know that not only are we with you right now, we are taking action at this very moment. That is on all of us to do.
Is it possible maybe they could blame critical race theory for the shooting? Because that would be perfect for them.
Attending the NRA convention across the street.
Yep.
You are not our enemies. We are not yours. We extend our hand open and unarmed in a gesture of peace and fellowship to welcome you to join us to make sure that this no longer happens in this country. But the time for you to respond and to join us is now. We cannot wait any longer for you. Those who will be the victims of the next mass shooting, unless we act, are counting on us at this moment. So please join us now or be left behind. To the leadership of the NRA and to those politicians that you have purchased, to those men and women in positions of power who care more about your power than using that power to save the lives of those that you are supposed to serve. If you have done anything good, it is the fact that you have brought us here together and that we are committing ourselves to act We will defeat you, and we will overcome you, and we will leave you behind.
Wow. Not a bad speech.
And finally, to those who are here, and to those who are watching from home right now, we are counting on each other. Our kids are counting on us. Our descendants are looking back on this moment from the future to see if we are going to stand and fight for them or leave them to be slaughtered. We cannot be found wanting. There are rituals on the other side of this, press conferences where they blame everyone and everything but those who are responsible for the carnage that we see in our communities, offering thoughts and prayers, but never a word of action. But let us acknowledge that we have our own rituals right here among us. Too many have chosen comfort over confrontation. Too many are satisfied with themselves and those who think like them instead of engaging with those they've never met before who may come to a different conclusion on this issue. It is time for us to break these rituals and to decide what we are going to do different, because if we continue to do the same...
Yeah, the thing is, it's hard when we want to deal with the guns and they want to deal with everything but the guns. The guns they don't want to hear a word about.
For those in power and who hold office right now and who are in the way and refuse to act, please promise me you will get in their faces before another child is shot in their face. Join me in getting after it and going out there and meeting the voters who will decide the outcome of this election in the most suppressed and voter-intimidated state in the Union, where so many people have been drawn out of our democracy. We've got to be on their doors and invite them into this next election, because the lives of our kids are literally on the ballot. Let us commit ourselves right now to doing the hardest things that we can think of, because nothing about this will be easy. And we want to make sure that no parent goes through the hardest thing that any of us could possibly experience, what those parents are going through in Uvalde right now. But also know this: action is the antidote to despair. It is the key to victory, and it is necessary if we are ever to overcome this. Are you willing to act? Keep the faith, keep up the fight, and let us always do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Beto.
Wow.
Make way, make way, make way. There are too many people on the stage.
Oh, man. You do not want to have a crush type situation happen here. There are a lot more people than were expected at this event, and that there are concerns about just crowd control, not from like a riot standpoint, but just it can get crazy.
Can I get everybody to step back except for the children?
Yeah.
This is what we are here for. Do I have your attention?
So here we have a rally against gun violence, and just a block away, we are now inside the NRA convention where Donald Trump will soon be speaking. The Trump event scheduled to start in 10 minutes. It is a dystopian reality in which we find ourselves. Trump and Ted Cruz expected to speak, and just completely and utterly absurd. Just an insult. An insult. Lily Von Stoop says ban gun clubs and manufacturers from being able to lobby or donate to all political campaigns. That's a big part of how we got here. Jamila says, as an architect, all this one entry talk is incredibly stupid. Building codes exist. A fire and one exit means people die. But the Republican Party will blame the media somehow. In their defense, they're talking about one unlocked entry door with a bunch of exits with the bar, you know, the bar that allows you to open the door from the inside to exit. But it's still a problematic idea for a whole bunch of other reasons, which we've talked about. I want to say thank you to Tron, Just Call Me Ty, and Charles Wieland for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Also, 9 memberships were just gifted on my website from Kevin Combs, Martin Eckendall, Walter Franco, Casey Bates, another one from Walter Franco, another from Walter, Andrew Culp, and another 2 from Walter, which we very, very much appreciate. That's 9. 9 plus 17. 9 and 7 is 16. 6 carry the 1 becomes 26. Feel free to fact check me on that math there, but I think that it's more or less accurate. As we stand by for this, we do have a bunch of different video from what's going on in Texas. Let's see if we can look at just some of it here. I had some elements bookmarked for us. This is video of what's going on in front of the NRA convention. People saying it's going to be different. David Hogg saying it's going to be different. Presumably speaking about Greg Abbott, I assume. Here are... Oh, we already did that clip. Okay, we did that on the show, so we don't need to do that right now. Let me see if I had anything. Dear God. Video from the event, which we were just looking at. Uvalde law enforcement state they didn't enter the classroom because they thought it was no longer an active shooter.
The on-scene commander at the time believed that it had transitioned from an active shooter to a barricaded subject.
You have people who are alive, children who are calling 911 saying, please send the police. They are alive. In that classroom, there are lives that are at risk.
Hey, we're well aware of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Why was this decision made not to go in and rescue these children?
Again, the on-scene commander considered a barricaded subject and that there was time and there were no more children at risk. Obviously, based upon the information we have, there were children in that classroom that were at risk, and it was, in fact, still an active shooter situation and not a barricaded subject.
Why did they have that impression, I guess, is like one question. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Okay, so that's the clip we just looked at. Senator Ron Johnson is blaming liberal indoctrination for the shootings.
But this fellow in Texas, Zabita Ramos, he legally bought his 2 guns. And now, of course, we didn't have the paper trail and the record, to your point, but do you think that would require maybe stiffer background checks?
No.
No matter what you do, people fall through the cracks. You can't identify all.
Right, but if only 1 out of 10 end up getting guns because you put more obstacles in place, you reduce the shootings. It's this idea that nothing will prevent every shooting. Nothing will prevent every heart attack. Nothing will prevent every car accident. But that's not a reason to do nothing.
These problems. You can't arrest somebody for a crime they haven't committed yet. These are difficult issues, but again, the solution lies in stronger families, more supportive communities. I would argue renewed faith. We've lost
faith.
it.
Oh God, these people are disgusting. These people are truly disgusting. More faith. My God. Let me look at a couple other super chats. Okay, so this one we did. Thanks to LaRue Brown for the $50 super chat. Thanks for all you do, David. Do you think this is finally the time something actually gets done? Well, I hope so. But who really knows? I mean, I'm not trying to be pessimistic. It's just how many times have things happened? Like this shooting wasn't even as bad as Sandy Hook by the number of people who died without dismissing the fact that it's a tragedy like any other. Of course, it's as big of a tragedy, but by the literal math of it, more people died at Sandy Hook and nothing happened. So I don't know. I apologize if I'm not more optimistic. My Pillow dog beds are available at half price with a discount code, just as a kind of FYI. We're continuing to monitor a number of different feeds. There's a protest outside the NRA convention. The actual event at the NRA is scheduled to start in 4 minutes from now. Thank you to Binkles and GW Jumpman for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. I really appreciate that. I also want to say thank you to Jason Sickmeyer, who just gifted a subscription, and we'll go in order as those come in. We'll keep gifting them to people. If you don't yet have a David Pakman Show website membership, I would love it if you grabbed one at joinpakman.com. Take care of yourself first. You can use the coupon code OBAMNA. When you type in OBAMNA, you'll see that the price gets much lower, okay? Get yourself a membership first. This is our primary funding source, but be aware that you can use this button, Is This a Gift?, to put gifted memberships in a queue, as it were. About 450 people have asked for free memberships so far, and we'll give them away one at a time as they come in, okay? So I would love for you to take advantage of either of those. We love it. Joshua says, by his reasoning, we shouldn't ban abortion because bad people will always find ways to get them. Exactly right. Nothing will change, David. That is America, says Pappy. Let's see what's going on here.
And Houston is, petrochemical headquarters of the world for the most part. A lot of industry here in Texas, a lot of industry here in Houston. And so
beautiful petrochemicals coming from there, as you can imagine. Couple voicemails. Let's see here. What do we have?
Yes, I've been following all this on the guns and the shootings, the murders, how ridiculous this really is. And they definitely need to screen people 100%. And I am a gun owner.
I assume the caller means a mental health screening.
People that do not deserve to own a gun. I've heard of all these solutions. How about a solution of a gun owner needing a co-signer?
Right. And actually, that's in a number of different ways. I mentioned that if you're under 25, it should be even more rigorous, and there should be an adult, a real adult, that is involved. These are all good ideas, and all ideas that the right will never, ever, 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 ever go for, no matter what.
The guns, then everything should be okay. But we all know that common sense would dictate that, you can take away all the guns, but the bad guys simply are not going to give up their guns.
Just again, it's kind of ridiculous because every gun is legal at some point. Okay. So if there's just generally fewer guns around, yes, some people will obtain them illegally, but there are fewer guns around to obtain illegally. It's just a mathematical reality. It's sort of like, hey, listen, if we made cars illegal, you could be like, people can still figure out how to get them. Right, but there's just fewer cars around to get illegally. I just don't understand how they can say we don't care. They can say we don't want to make it more difficult. Oh, okay, well now you're actually being honest, but it's just a mathematical reality. These are lies. Yeah, Patrick says these are lies that have been repeated for decades. They absolutely have. Super chats continue coming in. Remember that time Ron Johnson celebrated the 4th of July in Russia? We do. I actually don't remember that. And thanks to Scurry Away for the super chat. Very much appreciate that. I want to say thank you to Gilman Triantos, who just signed up at joinpakman.com and is new member number 30 today. Also want to say thanks to Sarah Kennedy Burge and Stage Presence, new members 31 and 32 at joinpakman.com. And also thanks to Nicholas McMullen, who just added a gifted membership to our queue to give away. We'll do that a little bit later. Lastly, thanks to Koyani for the Twitch Prime subscription. You're number 34. You haven't missed anything if you're just joining us. Donald Trump's event scheduled to start any second. We don't know whether Ted Cruz is speaking first. Greg Abbott has bailed. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick has bailed, but President Trump as well as Ted Cruz, are expected to speak.
We're doing a class action lawsuit against all machines.
Well, not against guns. That's for damn sure. Not against guns. Couple other things to look at. A lot of video from the protest outside the event. Let's see if we have anything else. Here's protesters just yelling at people going to the convention. Dear God. Right-wing broadcaster tries to hit student protesting the NRA meeting with the usual talking points, and the kid destroys him on every level. Oh, I've got to see this.
Hey, what, 5th grade, 6th grade?
I'm a freshman.
There you go. What's your thoughts on maybe adding additional security to schools? Like maybe it is, I don't know if you're a principal, if you have a security person at your school, would that make you feel safer at school?
No, it really doesn't. Like, the fact is, a lot of these schools who do have these incidents still have shootings, and students are still afraid to go to school. Like, this is a place where I'm supposed to learn. I should not have to feel like I could get shot at any moment. Like, I just want to be safe in my learning environment.
True.
Do you have a security officer at your school that you're at right now?
We have an unarmed peace officer.
Do you think that statistically, if he was armed and someone was to come in your school, that he'd be able to take him out before he was to cause harm in your school?
No.
You don't think that a good guy with a gun would be able to stop a bad guy with a gun?
No. We just need no people with guns.
But it's going to be virtually impossible to do that. So we've got to come up with a different solution. Do you expect people with guns to turn in their guns?
I think if you need guns, there just needs to be more background checking. I don't think someone needs military grade weapons. People should not have semi-automatic guns.
So you want to clean up the type of gun that's on the street and then make it harder to get one?
Yeah.
There you go. Thanks for your time.
God. Oh my God. I'm gonna.
What? 5th grade, 6th grade?
I'm gonna bookmark that. I might use that next week. Man, what a country! What a country, guys! I mean, this is just unbelievable. Let's see if we've got anything else to look at from there. We looked at that clip. Defending the police. We looked at the Ron Johnson clip already. I don't even want to deal with that. What efforts were the officers making to try to break through the door or another door to get in? None. Huh.
We just need you to stay at the microphones because otherwise the camera's gone. Thank you for doing this, and I do hope you stay here and take as many questions.
Oh, this is Shimon Prokopez. He's been asking good questions.
As possible. You say there were 19 officers gathered in the hallway or somewhere. What efforts were made to try and break through that door? You say it was locked. What efforts were the officers making to try and break through either that door or another door to get inside that classroom?
None at that time.
None.
The on-scene commander at the time believed that it had transitioned.
Oh, okay. So that's the clip we looked at before. Yeah. Oh, and I guess he says it was not the right decision.
The question simply is this. There was a 40-minute gap. And if the 911 operators were aware that children were alive in that classroom, why weren't officers notified of that? And if that's the case, why didn't they take action? That's the question. And again, I'll go back to the answer for right now, is that it was considered, okay, the decision was made on the scene. I wasn't there, but at the same point in time, a decision was made that this was a barricaded situation. There was time to retrieve the keys and wait for a tactical team with the equipment to go ahead and breach the door and take on the subject at that point. That was the decision, that was the thought process at that particular point in time. What?
What can you tell parents that were here waiting and asking for the police to go in? You don't have policy for them?
And there was 19, like I said, there was 19 officers in there. In fact, there was plenty of officers to do whatever needed to be done with
Oh
one
my
exception,
God.
is that the incident commander inside believed they needed more equipment and more officers to do a tactical breach at that point. That's why BORTAC was requested on the scene as soon as they were there. They executed a search, or at least a dynamic entry, and went in. And of course, that was not till 12. That was not till 12:57. With the benefit of hindsight. Stand by. Stand by. All right. I got it. Okay. Hey, from the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, then of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision. Period. There's no excuse for that. But again, I wasn't there, but I'm just telling you, from what we know, we believe there should have been an entry at that as soon as you can.
Man, there will probably be, some investigation. Somebody will get fired, or maybe not even. They'll get disciplined. But it's obviously too late. The tragedy has taken place. It's just all unbelievable. With all these things that are just not functioning correctly, including how easy it is to get guns and the fact that the police hung out for 40 to 60 minutes, all these things, they're like arming teachers is the way to fix this problem. It's so disturbing. Yeah, maybe the guy who made the decision will get a paid suspension pending the investigation. It's insane. It's absolutely insane what's going on. Thanks to David Stanek. David just signed up on my website at joinpacman.com and is new member number 35. Also want to say thank you to some people gifting subscriptions, including Jason Sickmeyer, Stage Presence, Jason Sickmeyer with 2 more, 3 more, 4 more. Very much appreciate that. That's 6 gifted memberships, putting us at 41. Really appreciate that, guys. We're standing by here for the NRA event. There are also protests outside. Let's briefly listen into what's happening there.
It is mainly of Latino families. Oh, I'm sorry. I spent my whole childhood and teenhood there. I graduated high school in that community, and it is a very, I know everybody always says, how could this happen in my town or my environment? And I truthfully asked that when it happened. I was absolutely speechless. I've been an advocate for gun control since I was 12, and I am now 22. And I'm just asking for all of you to really have those hard conversations with your friends and family and your neighbors and your classmates. I know it's uncomfortable. I know talking about gun control with people whose first response is we should arm teachers, and that you're crazy for thinking that is really difficult, but I am begging for my community. My cousin's wife lost a family member in this shooting. So I'm asking for all of you to please put yourself in those uncomfortable positions to talk to people, to make a difference, to make a change. Vote. Sign up to vote. I see there's a lot of people here trying to get you guys to register. I just want people to know that that small town, even though it was small, it's full of all of my firsts. It's where I grew up. And we deserve better. Everyone deserves better. Your kids, your teachers. My mom is a teacher. She taught at Uvalde ISD. I'm just thankful to see all of you, and I'm grateful, and I just wanted people to know that that community was, although it was small, was kind, and it was sweet, and it's full of a lot of people's memories, and my whole hometown is healing and grieving. And even though I no longer live there, and I am trying my absolute best to spread awareness, please spread GoFundMes. They're all over social media. Share Facebook links of those families, of those kids. And be present, take care of each other. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank all of you for coming. I appreciate you.
So this is the rally across the street from the NRA convention. Here's the NRA convention and it is about to start, where Donald Trump will speak and presumably talk about how great guns are and how important it is that we not make it at all more difficult for anybody to get a gun. That's what we're expecting. And yes, a lot of people have indeed had enough of this crap, for sure. Man. This is, they're 10 minutes late. This is scheduled to start any second. We're just standing by, scheduled to start any second. Cody says, I bet they would arm the teachers and not even think about a pay increase. Since we're being ridiculous, let's get all the kids body armor. Newt Gingrich said, give the teachers who want to be armed $500 a month. That was Newt Gingrich's idea. Quite an idea, huh? Thanks to Yarn Inquiries and Decomposing Diva for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. You are numbers 42 and 43. I do plan to be live tomorrow with the Wyoming rally in the afternoon, unless something changes. But I do plan to be live with that. And this program that's about to start here, I believe, will feature failed former President Donald Trump, Republican Senator Ted Cruz, and I think the NRA's Wayne LaPierre. Really a competition between those three for who is the absolute most disgusting one of the three. It's kind of hard to say. They're all bad. They're all very, very bad. I want to say thank you to Brian Edwards. Brian just signed up on my website, joinpacman.com, and is new member number 44. Also, thanks to Ryan Bila, who just purchased a gifted subscription, which we will give away. We're down to about 400 people waiting for free membership. So this is a good time to put your name on the list, davidpacman.com/free membership if you would like. And in all seriousness, I would love for you to sign up at joinpacman.com and get a membership. It is our primary funding source. And I'm not going to offer you discounted pillows the way they're doing on Right Side Broadcasting. We do an extra show every day, and we offer the show commercial free 6 hours earlier to people who sign up on our website. Those are the things we offer. Okay. I'm not going to send you any pillows. I'm not going to send you a dog pillow. I'm not going to send you a foot pillow or anything like that. But you can sign up. We have this coupon code you can use, Obamna. You'll get a discount. Everybody's free to use it, and it is our primary funding source. Right now, we're unfortunately limited on Instagram for spreading COVID disinformation. If you can believe it, Instagram has misidentified our content debunking COVID disinformation as us spreading COVID disinformation. So we are now limited there. Speaking of gifts, Purple Poundini has just gifted 50 subscriptions via Twitch, puts us at 95, and Purple signed up for themselves, putting us at 96. That's 50 with a V. That's 50 with a V as in Victor, if you can imagine that, which is bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers.
And we will ban men.
Right. Some other super chats coming in. Oh, and thanks to our friend Lars from Deeper Shades of House for gifting 5, putting us at 101. Super chats are dumping in. People feeling very strongly. Now it says Trump will speak at 5:30 Eastern. Okay, well, we may pause then at a certain point. Devin, this country is disgusting. How do you not get consumed by anger having to watch this for a living every day, David? I have no faith left in this country. How much pressure is needed for change? Clearly, there hasn't been enough. Clearly, there hasn't been enough. Trump would have charged the room with the shooter, right? He wouldn't have waited outside for an hour. Well, you're joking. Trump literally said after the Florida school shooting, I would have run in there unarmed. I would have run in there unarmed, Trump said. A border wall won't stop illegal immigration, so we shouldn't try to regulate immigration, right? Yeah, same logic, Tom. Same logic. It's exactly the argument that they're making. I mean, yeah, for sure. Okay. Let's listen to what's going on.
Hello. The media was really quick to label that whole white supremacist thing, and that the African American community was targeted for that, and it ends up that was the facts. But a lot of times they roll the dice on this stuff because they have a narrative they would like for to be pushed out, and I think they kind of got a little lucky on that because we didn't know much at all about the shooter at the time.
Oh my God! But what bizarre analysis. Sick when our prisons are safer than our schools, says Michael D. Yeah, that is in some cases that is true. It's quite sickening. Thanks to Doug Griffith for signing up on my website, as well as Lori Marie Civello, both using the coupon code OBAMNA.
Obama.
New members 102 and 103. Also, thanks to Simon Reed for gifting a subscription. That's number 104. Couple voicemails about what's going on. Let's take a listen to some of them. Here's Juan with an idea.
Hey, David, it's Juan here. About the gun violence and the gun issue. There are two ways to motivate people.
Okay.
You motivate people with things they want, and you motivate people with things they don't want. How about $1 million fine for every bullet you shoot against an innocent person? Do you want to have guns? Fine.
Yeah. Republicans aren't going to go for that, unfortunately. They will never, ever, ever, ever go for that.
Hi, David. This is Cliff in Seattle. Watching your stream right now about the NRA convention.
Yep.
And a couple of things that popped to mind that I haven't really seen talked about yet. First is the race of the situation. Most of the children that were killed in this tragedy were Hispanic, and so was the perpetrator. And I am just curious how much all of our invasion talk, all of the talk how Mexico sends us rapists and murderers, how much that plays into possibly the motivation of the killer, even though this was a Hispanic man. It's not uncommon for this sort of rhetoric to spur on self-hatred in these same groups. Another quick question I had for you was if we are to truly believe that gun ownership shouldn't be restricted in any way, what to stop the likes of a Jeff Bezos or an Elon Musk from developing nuclear weapons? They could certainly hire the best and pay the best scientists to develop weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, or, shoulder-mounted RPGs or whatever, right? I mean, that's why draw the line anywhere, I guess. I don't know. Other super chats. David, if they designate school children to be late-term post-fetuses, then Republicans will have no choice but to act. Yeah, I mean, I didn't tweet it because it seemed a little bit crass in the moment, but if you could make Republicans think that a school shooting is sort of like a really, really late-term abortion, they would act immediately. And it's like sort of a joke, but it's kind of true, and just a reminder of the absurdity of circumstances currently in the United States. It's a very, very sad state of affairs. I want to say thank you to Dana Heaton as well as Diana Lyman, who have each signed up for memberships at joinpacman.com. Also, Jason Sickmeyer has just gifted another membership, and that's number 107. Over on Twitch, I want to say thanks to Deep Doob, who has just gotten a Twitch Prime subscription, which I really appreciate as well. Ryan says, given Supreme Court Thomas's wife's efforts on January 6th, do you see the Supreme Court overturning the election in 24 like was done in 2000? I'm not even thinking that far ahead yet. I'm just not even going to think that far ahead. Let's deal with one thing at a time. But maybe, yeah, I mean, obviously it's a fear. David, love you and your show. The school shootings remind me of my scare in senior year of high school in 98. We had a bomb scare. That's it. Right. David, what compromises would you make with the GOP to pass gun reform? I mean, they can keep a bunch of guns legal. And I mean, the compromise is that there's 400 million guns in the country, right? I mean, and we've already compromised so much. That's the absurdity. Steven says, based on how dangerous Trump says they are, perhaps arming teachers with fruits and vegetables might work. I wonder if Republicans would go for that. There's an idea. Look at Michigan governor's race and James Craig. Okay, not right now. We're not going to do that exactly right now, but I'll make a note to look into that. Okay, let's see this and this and this. Okay, all right. So the Trump speech has been pushed back to 5:30 Eastern. So I think what we're going to do is I'm going to try to get my work done now. I'm just going to continue the stream. We'll keep the stream on the protest. I'll just step away. Super chats will be live. I understand if some people step away. I'll be back in like an hour or so, and then we'll get things going again. They've delayed everything by quite literally 2.5 hours, which is just completely and utterly insane. Okay, so we're going to do that. We'll get the audio going on the protest. I'll be back, and Trump will ultimately speak. Here we go.
Voting is important. Running is also important. We need to run. We need our officials to look like us. Thank you.
Millen Ryan.
You know, two days ago, I was at lunch, and I asked my best friend, how many mass shootings have there been at schools since Sandy Hook? He said 20, 25, maybe 30. The answer is 948. 948. 10 years ago, lawmakers told us never again after Sandy Hook, but they failed. But we have to understand that school shootings are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to gun violence against kids and the youth. Every single day, 3,000, every single year, 3,000 kids are killed annually by firearm, most of them from suicide. Less than 30% of less than 20% of mass shootings at schools really comprise the deaths of children. You know, we're here today to refute and disband the NRA. We're here basically to let the NRA know that we're going to counter the radical views that they espouse about gun culture in our country. Gun culture has taken over Texas and has taken over our country, but we're fighting back. You know, and whenever this debate comes up, the NRA always says the same thing. They always say, well, that's it. But they always say, guns don't kill people. People do. When they say that, ask them why they don't support red flag laws that would take guns out of the hands of those dangerous people. When they say that, ask them why don't they support universal background checks and make sure that not just anybody can get a gun. When they say that, ask them why they don't support repealing the PLCAA, which is legislation that prevents us from litigation against gun manufacturers and gun distributors that recklessly distribute guns to anybody. But more importantly, ask them why they say not to, when they say not to politicize shootings. Ask them why it's their politics that's preventing any progress from happening in the first place. And lastly, you should ask them why they call themselves an interest group when they don't have the interest of anyone's safety in mind. See, as we transition out of the pandemic, we have to understand that the underlying epidemic of gun violence has stayed with us for decades and decades and decades, and it's going to continue to grow unfestered unless we do something about it. After Columbine, we were shocked. After Sandy Hook, we said no more. After Parkland, we were outraged. But after Uvalde, nothing has happened. NRA conventions happened, yeah. Exactly. I need everybody to talk to their senator, talk to Ted Cruz, talk to John Cornyn. Cornyn's shown he's willing to support red flag laws. We need to pressure him to make sure that he does it. But not just in Texas, and it's not just national. It's city races and state races. Businesses have to make sure they're not supporting gun culture. We have to make sure our streets are safe, and we have to make sure that we're asking the right questions to the right people, holding them accountable, making sure no more will ever happen. NRA, go away. Thank you, everybody.
If you are on the stage and you are a victim of gun violence, step forward. If you are on the stage and you are a victim of gun violence, step forward. I know it. I know it.
Hello, everyone. Y'all can do better than that. You ain't that hot. Hello, everyone. That's what I'm talking about. Say his name, George Kemp. Say his name, George Kemp. You never heard of George Kemp, but you're going to hear about him today. That's because his mother is standing here. And I am in my right mind. They say when you lose a child that you're supposed to be crazy as hell. I thought I was going to be crazy as hell. Until I thought about my own son. Until I thought about when I got that call that my child was no longer here. That somebody can take a gun and murder my only son, my 20-year-old son, my hopes and my dreams. It's gone. Y'all don't understand the hell that those parents in Uvalde, Buffalo, and the everyday citizens here in Houston are suffering and going through. This is not a show. I just want you to know. This is not a show. This is real deal. If you have never begged God for your child to bring your child back, and you've never begged, you can beg till you ain't nothing coming out your mouth. Life goes on and you sitting on your porch rocking. You gotta get up and use the restroom, that's your normal body function, and you see an empty bedroom. What the hell do you do? What do you do? And every day our black children are being murdered. Do we get the attention that we need? Hell no. Is it right? Hell no. Do you care? Hell yeah, you need to care. Because just because my child did not look like you, does not matter that he goddamn didn't matter to me. He was mine. You guys do not fully, and I want you to understand and hear deeply. When you get to take your children to school, they tell you, make sure your children got all their shots, right? Y'all know the checklist. Done all that. Participating with your child to make sure that they have a productive life. Every black child ain't no thug and gang related. What the hell? That is a narrative that we're not having this shit no more. When my child was murdered, they labeled him as gang related. Have you lost your mind? You're not going to devalue our black children. You're not going to do it on our watch. But I tell you what, when I had to bury my only son, and my friend said, oh my God, that girl, she looked like she in a fog. I was. But then she said, y'all don't know what I know. Wait till that girl wake up. It's going to be hell. I woke up. I woke up. I woke up and I got up. I didn't wait for nobody to come grab me and say, come on, Miss Kemp. I got up for myself. I got up and started fighting and advocating for myself. I got up and started organizing. I started moving because he was my child in that damn ground. It wasn't yours, he was mine. But I told my son, I got to get up from this grave. Because just like you two, the sun, the elements, it had me down. I would lay on my child's grave and the sun would burn me, the ants would bite me, my legs were going numb, and I felt my son say, Mama, get on up. Get out and go help. So I've been on this journey for 9 years, and I will never stop. But what did I do? I got up, I start advocating. I start grabbing mothers and fathers that look like me and say, you're not going to die if you accept the assignment on your life and get up and get moving. You let them know that your child was here and deserved to be here. No one is going to take my child, hopes and dreams, in vain. As long as George Kemp's mother shows up, they got hell to pay. But I'm not by myself. I'm not by myself. As you can see, I'm wearing orange. Why are you wearing orange? I made it like a big orange sickle. I don't care. But orange is the color for gun violence. We have worked hard and tirelessly to get just this city to recognize gun violence. But honestly, it should not have taken Uvalde. It should have taken every time you saw it on the news that you got up and you did something about it. These are real families. These are real people. Real families that are hurting, that do not have their children. You have to look at all this and say, we the people. Let me hear you say it. We the people. We the people. Of the United States. Demand change. Require change. We're going to get change. And at the end of the day, everybody hold this little finger up right here. This little finger for me represents so much. It represents you, the power of one. But it also represents, when you go to the polls and you vote, you take this little finger and you select those that hear your cries and your pain, that will do what they're supposed to do. And if they don't, you use this same finger and tell them go to hell. That way. All of that. And you take that from George Kemp's mother. But at this time, say his name, George Kemp. George Kemp. Say his name. George Kemp. Now, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to, where's Mr. Castro? Paul. It's not just me alone. It's other families right here in your local city. You don't have to go to your value. You need to look right here in your own back door and see what's going on. Once you hear this man's story, please get up and take action and say, David! David! Say his name! David! Mr. Paul Castro, everybody.
My name is Paul Castro. I want to thank Black Lives Matter, Moms Demand Action, and the other groups that brought us together today. I stand here in sadness. There are some people I haven't met yet, and I look at your faces, and I don't know you, but I know your story, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the losses that you guys have experienced, because there's nothing that feels like losing a child, losing a brother, losing a sister, losing a friend. This is my daughter Anastasia, and this is my son David. July 6, 2021, last year, my 17-year-old son David was killed right over here. Guy chased us for 5 minutes, shot twice, hit him in the head. The people walking through those doors today, they're okay with that. Okay? They would rather protect people's rights to own guns, the people who killed our children, killed our brothers and our sisters. They're okay with that. They want no restrictions. No restrictions. The guy who killed my son, 2-time felon. Why did he have a gun? Because it's so damn easy to get one. Because we leave our guns in our cars to protect ourselves. They get stolen, and those guns get used to kill other people. We're not taking care of the things that matter, and so things happen, and we sit there and go, oh, what are we going to do? Oh, it's too much. David should be graduating next month. He's dead. That won't get fixed. People tell me, oh, you're going to see him in heaven. Screw that. kids should be here today with us. Today, I heard on the news that the Uvalde congressman said, oh my goodness, this same guy, he had a mental illness. He threatened the school 4 years ago, and how did he get a hold of a gun? How did he get a hold of a gun? He got a hold of a gun because those people don't want laws called red flag laws where someone could pick up a phone and say, hey, that guy's going to go do something bad, stop him. He has the right to do something bad. We have the right to stop him after he does the thing bad, after he causes more of us to be up here. And they can go to hell. So Mr. Gonzalez, look in the mirror and change your vote. Okay, he voted against anything restricting gun use. That's not okay. Represent yourselves, represent us, and do what's right. And for all the cosplay guys over there who go around wearing camouflage, being tough guys, not a damn one of them would have gone into the building when the shooting was happening. Not a damn one. So the whole good guys with guns stop bad guys with guns, that's a load of crap. Keep the guns out of the bad guy's hands. If that guy would have come after me with a knife, I would have driven a little bit faster that night. Okay? That's dark humor. I get to do that. That's my son. But that guy could not have caught us with the damn knife. He took a shot. And this guy who was in prison for 13 years and out for 9 months before shooting at us, that guy got a lucky shot, hit my son in the back of the head. I had to hold his head driving because he chased us for 3 more minutes trying to find us and kill my other son, kill me. Because guns are so damn easy to get. He had mismatched bullets because bullets are everywhere. That's on us. And so all y'all who are out here, you need to go out and get people registered to vote. People in Austin want to make it harder. That's fine. Y'all are out here in the sun for 2 freaking hours. Get 10 people signed up to vote, and let's change things. We don't want any more company up here. If we have the same thing next year, we want to be the last people up here. And I am sorry that y'all are here. I'm sorry to be here. I don't want to be here. I want to be getting my son ready for graduation, going to college. But instead, his friends had to remember him, and they're so freaking used to death that they kind of know how to do this. They're like, oh yeah, we know. Like, that's wrong, okay? And that's not okay. So I'm speaking out to my friends who have guns. I have a lot of friends with guns. I have 2 friends who have AR-15s. Okay, I grew up in a gun culture. I know how to shoot. I know guns. I don't have a problem with guns. I have a problem with bad people having guns. But I have a definite problem with AR-15s. I have a definite problem with weapons of mass killing that have no reason for existence. So I'm going to tell you, my friends who have guns, it's time to consider. Okay? And at a minimum, you should be picking up the phone and calling your congressman and saying, hey, I'm a gun owner, and I used to be a member of the NRA. I tore up my membership card. I'm not a part of that anymore. And I'm calling on you, my friends who are Republicans, to join those of us who are looking for a solution. But I'm also not letting my Democratic friends off the hook, because y'all ain't doing enough either. Okay? We need both sides to come together, because in Texas, we demand better, we deserve better. And for all the sad posters I'm seeing of friends, of people who've died, I'm sorry, my heart is broken for you. But I'm going to tell you right now, if the people we have in charge don't get this fixed after this, we're going to vote them out. Thank you.
You guys, I want you to get loud for Paul. We need the support Paul and his family. No one should have to go through what his family has gone through. And he picked up the mic almost immediately and started talking to all of us about what we need to change, and that takes courage, so much courage. I want to let you know that we have sprinklers going off over here to my right. If you are hot, go cool off in the sprinklers. There's also some water features in the park back over here. You can go cool off over there. And we are wrapping up soon, but there are still some very important voices if you are here.
Hello everyone, my name is Tiffany Lee and I'm here on behalf of the family of Jalen Randall. If you have a poster, please hold it up. I'm sorry y'all, we've been marching since this morning. I'm just trying to gain the strength and wisdom to gather the words. Just to make this short, Jalen Randall was killed by Houston police a month ago from today. Police chased him. Before the cop got out the car, he stated he's not going to live or leave this neighborhood alive. If I'm not mistaken, those was his exact words, meaning it was premeditated murder. This same officer, he jumped out the car and shot Jalen in the back of his neck. In a matter of 3 seconds, he jumped out the car and shot Jalen in the back of his neck. Jalen was running from him. Obviously, he was shot in the back of his neck. He then ran up on him, hog-tied him. Guys, when I say hog-tied, I'm not exaggerating. I'm going to ask you to pull out your phones so that you can pull it up on YouTube and you can see the body cam yourself. So please don't take my word for it. I'm just giving you a description of what happened. After he shot him, he hog-tied him. He searched his pockets. Then he dragged him for 3 feet. Once he dragged him for 3 feet, they then said the same officer did this. He's the same one that shot him, the same one that handcuffed him, the same one that dragged him. After that was done, one officer then asked, was he shot? Where is he shot? They then tossed him over and they seen that he was shot in the back of the neck. They then stated, we cannot move him. They said we cannot move him after they shot him, after they handcuffed him, tossed him around and dragged him 3 feet. Who's to say they didn't kill him then, if that makes sense? I asked that everybody pull out your phones. I will give you time. I want you to go to YouTube. I asked that everyone pull out your phones and go to YouTube. Type in HPD, critical incident, HPD, Houston Police Department, HPD, critical incident, 4/27/2022 at 8700 Josie Street. I'm gonna repeat it one more time. HPD, critical incident, 4/27/2022 at 8700 Josie Street. Now, when you pull it up, you're going to see snippets. One of the snippets is with the newscast used. I want everyone to look at the 10-minute, 30 seconds, I believe, video. It's the very first video. It shows the body cam of each and every officer that was involved. Okay? Please do not just look at the 2-minute or the 3-minute because it does not give you the full story. Look at the 10-minute one, okay? I'm sorry, y'all. Justice for Jalen. One time, please. One more time. Justice for Jalen. If you guys can march with us or come with us in front of Kim All's office not this Monday, but next Monday at noon, we definitely need the support. Please.
My good sister said if. She misspoke. She said when. When you meet. When you meet. When we make this stand in front of Kim All's office. When. Not if. When. Remember when I said we will hold your candidate hostage? We wasn't joking. Black women are tired of playing with you. So what she said was when. And I'm going to give her this mic back so she can tell you when you will show up for Black Lives. Because Black Lives have always showed up for you. And we sick of fucking dying.
Not this Monday, but next Monday, we will be in front of Kim All's office, 500 Jefferson. But just to add a little bit, a lot of newscasts keep asking us, what do we want to do to honor Jaylen Randall name? My personal opinion, I think we need to have a Jaylen Randall law. Create a Jaylen Randall bill that will protect us citizens against the police. Meaning, if a police is, let's say he shot someone and it's not justified, they should automatically go to jail and be held just like us. I mean, why do we have to wait? The family had to wait for a body cam. We had to wait for so much. Why? If Jaylen would have shot this police officer from behind and then handcuffed him, searched him, tossed him around, and then dragged him. Y'all, please look at that video. Don't take my word for it. I know it's hot. Y'all been out here all day. We've been out here all day. When you get a chance, please look at that video if you don't do nothing else. After you do it, if you have social media, please post Justice for Jaylen. This just happened last month. Just last month. The mayor haven't reached out to the family. The police chief haven't reached out to the family. The district attorney haven't reached out to them. Nobody. So please, it takes us. It takes us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I need all of our elected officials to please come to the front of the stage. We're going to be wrapping up promptly at 3. The mic is getting cut at 3, so we are very close. One of our elected officials is going to speak on behalf of all the officials that were not able to have time to speak today, and that's Abby Kamen, who has helped us organize today, and I'm going to pass her the mic.
All right, I know it's hot, but we are not tired. My name is Abby Kamen. I am one of your city council members, but here with me, we have state representatives. Here, I'm gonna let y'all go down the line and introduce yourselves real quick.
State Rep Gene Wu, hi.
I'm John Rosenthal.
Danny Norris, County School Board.
I'm
going to say this really quickly. I was supposed to speak as a victim of gun violence. So I'm going to tell you about the people in my family that have died. My brother, Chukwuemeka Jones, was murdered May 31st, 1996. And I'm elected, just so you know. My Aunt Donna Kay was murdered in 1984 when I was in high school. My cousin Roderick was murdered when I was on city council. So gun violence affects everybody, and I have about 12 more family members that were murdered. I want to say this to you. I'm the sister of somebody who was shot 5 times, twice in the head. As devastated as I still am to this day, because my brother had no children, so his bloodline died. My mother has not been the same. So I want for you guys to think about when Christmas comes, when your loved one's birthday comes, when holidays come and everybody's there and they're not there. My mother cries all the time. My mother is terrified that my other brother is going to get murdered like Emeka. I hear people saying that we need to talk to politicians. I'm a politician. I'm a different kind of politician. But I can tell you what politicians pay attention to. Because I've heard people say that the NRA gives people a lot of money. Politicians aren't going to listen to us if we just protest. I'm going to just say it one more again. Politicians aren't going to listen to us if we just call their office. I'm just saying. Politicians listen to rich people who protect NRA, their gun rights, over people. Politicians only listen when you go vote. I want to say this. I hear you saying get people to register to vote. Registering to vote isn't a vote. So, all I'm saying, because like I said, I got to talk about all these people in my family. I actually got shot at for the first time. Like, I've been shot at multiple times when I lived in 5th Ward on Collingsworth. I saw my first dead body died of a gunshot when I was 4 years old outside of my grandparents' house. So I'm saying to you, you got to do more than protest. You got to do more than call elected officials. You have got to vote because they don't listen. My name is Jolanda Jones. I'm wearing this hat because it's hot. So just please, you got to vote, right? This isn't going to work if we don't vote with it.
All right. We also have with us State Representative Ann Johnson. Just like Jolanda said, we must vote. But there are things that you can be doing today. I want everyone to pull out your phones. And we also have Christina Morales. I apologize. There's a lot. Okay. But we're going to focus on the kids. We are focused on the family. We're not focused right now on us. So I want you to pull out your phones. If you want to work with Moms Demand and support Moms Demand, text 64433. You're going to text the word ACT to 64433. Now for all of our students, all of our kids, we are with you. We hear you. We're about to hear from someone that is extraordinarily resilient, just like all the other voices of our students today, just like you. If you are a student and you want to support March for Our Lives, text MARCH to 954-954. Again, 954-954. And if you see someone in a red shirt, you can ask them for that text message. Again, I will leave you with this. Hope does not bring forth action. Action brings forth hope. Let's get it done.
Hey y'all. So as you can tell from the very weird symbol, I'm a very weird person standing up here today, especially when you look at the people behind me, and they're all of one color more or less, and that's a problem. My name is Carly Walter, and I'm a daughter of the American Revolution. My family came over on the Bristol Merchant, and we settled Pennsylvania. We've been in the military almost every single generation. We fought in the Civil War for the Union. We died in the Andersonville prison camps. This is an epidemic. I got very lucky in life, though. I was very unfortunate, but very fortunate. Because I got two moms. I have my mom that was actually an NRA instructor. Put a was there. And then I have the mom that I lost too early. And her name is Cece Lyles. And she was an African-American woman that raised me with my mom in a village because they were police partners. And she gave her life on Flight 93 fighting off terrorists. I wear these pins today, Moms Demand Action, almost an irony. I'm here both for, well, both of my moms, but for me. I'm 26 years old and I'm medically retired. This symbol on the back of my shirt, that's for field artillery. I got bigger guns than any of them. You can keep them. The price isn't worth it. You can keep my mother's guns. She quit the NRA. You can keep all of it if we can save kids, if we can stop these families, these people from being here. I don't know why the hell my friend Chaz was up here earlier and it got quiet. It got quiet when he brought up color. Are you freaking kidding me? It shouldn't be a secret. This is not a secret. This is a statistic, and it's racist, and it's wrong, and it's coming from there. Now, another thing I didn't tell you is that I was actually in a school shooting. I know, shocking, right? Had a long life. I got lucky because I got a call from my mother. My over anxious mother that got me to go to Taco Bell. My friend was trapped inside Stroger Library when they started shooting it up at Florida State back in 2014. Later that year, I would have to go back to my hometown because my uncle, who was a war hero in the Beirut bombings, well, he had a PTSD attack, decades later, and he was armed. And so he was killed by SWAT. So I gotta ask, who are we doing this for? It is killing veterans, it is killing children, it is killing all of our citizens, because these are our citizens. We are all citizens and we all matter. Their lives matter. And we gotta y'all just find a new hobby, heavens. Thank you so much for coming out today.
Thank you so much. All right, we just have 3 last speakers and then we're going to wrap up. So first, I want to turn it over to Jamar Brown.
Hey, everybody. So my name is Jamar Brown. I proudly serve as co-executive director at the Texas Democratic Party. And I came from Austin today to join you in solidarity. I came to join you in solidarity because all of those children, the children that we lost this week, and the children we lost for years and for decades, they matter. And we've got to make sure that we keep the energy that we have here today. Now, the power that we've shown across the state and across the country told Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick to not appear in person. But they did appear by video. And when they show you who they are, believe them. They've shown us. Just because you sent a video doesn't mean you're off the hook, right? And so we marched at the Capitol. We testified. We registered. We voted. We went to the Capitol and we told Greg Abbott, we told Dan Patrick that this is what's going to happen, that more people would be in danger, that we needed the permits, that we needed background checks, that we needed training, and they didn't listen, and they didn't care. Now look where we are. And it's going to take all of us together, all of our collective energy and action as we head to November, because marches and rallies and speeches are great. But the question is, what are we going to do at election time? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? And not only vote, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, and everybody you know, not only vote for the governor, vote up and down the ballot, because it all matters. It's Greg Abbott, it's Dan Patrick, it's Ken Paxton, it's all of some of these state representatives that got us here, where we are right now. And then don't let them tell you this is political. This is very political. Because bad politics, bad leadership that passed bad laws got us here. And it's going to take all of us to work together to put the right people that represent all of us in office. I look forward to standing with each and every one of you here in Houston and across the state, because it's going to be on us to change this state. And this state is not going to change until we flip it. And we're going to take this energy, not just today, not just tomorrow, but work every hour, every week, every day, every month, until we make a difference for all the families here and all the families that are still grieving for many years. Thank you all. Great to be with you.
All right. I see the crowd can clear it out since Beto is gone. But you know what? This is not about social media. My name is Angela. I'm with the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats Montgomery County chapter. I'm the accountability chair. And if you don't know what accountability is, it's going to the polls and voting those people out. Ted Cruz had the audacity. ERCOT happened. The freeze happened. How many of you all lost family in the freeze? Think about it. While he was going to Cancun with his family, and that did not have a color on it. We lost people. Sandy Hook, Columbine. I have a baby that's 5 years old. He needs to be voted out. We are tired of just bending our hands and bowing our hands and bending our knees and praying and asking God for help, because he's going to help us. But at the end of the day, we got to help us. Vote him out. Vote him out.
Hey y'all, my name is Perla Kohler, sorry. Hey, it's real quick. So I'm ex-combat Navy, right? So why the fuck am I dressed like this? This is the streets, this is violently America. I don't understand why we're not fucking angry. Children, over 2,000 children have been killed from school shootings. Do y'all realize that? That should have been done so long ago. Again, we need to progress and guess what? Our Democrats aren't doing stuff either. We need to go after them. Our constitutional rights are at war. Even the Supreme Court justice felt some kind of I'm scared because they're taking women's rights away. They put policy the next day to protect them. That's actually against my right to protest, but whatever. Here we are, getting killed. We need to go after. Stop voting for people that slam the doors that black and brown women open. Stop it.
My name is Daniel Cohen. I'm a founder of an organization called Indivisible Houston. I'm going to keep this really short because it's extremely hot, and you've heard from a lot of people who can tell their personal story today. But I'll say two things. One, the shooter in Buffalo apparently believed that the Jewish community was putting the black community up to attacking white people, which is an ancient and dangerous trope that makes rounds across the street. It makes rounds on Tucker Carlson nightly, and it's extraordinarily dangerous. It also shows that apparently that guy had never been in a room with someone like me and Brandon before at the same time. But I'm not here to make light. The reason that I wanted to make sure to address all of you and talk about it is that today we've talked a lot about getting involved and doing different things, voting, or if it's chasing Ted Cruz out of a restaurant or whatever it is that you're going to do, make sure to get involved. But if you're wondering right now how to get involved, you don't know what to do, you don't know what it means to go and organize a precinct, you don't know what it means to attend another protest, or how you're going to find out, you happen to see this on Facebook, you happen to see this on Twitter, and otherwise you wouldn't have gotten here today, talk to me. I'm right here. You can also go to indivisiblehouston.org, but make sure you stay involved. If you're here today and you're not normally out in the streets and this is unusual for you, I'm not mad at you. I'm proud of you. I'm so happy you're here. But we need you back. We all need each other. For all of the elected officials that are here, and it's no shade to them, they won't save us. We have to save us. So please stay involved. Talk to me. I'm here. I will tell you how to get involved if you don't know. Thank you very much for coming today.
Hey y'all, my name is Odyssey. I'm here with the LGBTQ+ caucus of Houston. My pronouns are they and them, so please do not call me ma'am. You can call me comrade though. The people inside, over there, would like you to think that this is about absolutes. That any restrictions on gun usage is a total loss of freedom. That every time this happens, be it Robb Elementary, Santa Fe High School, Buffalo, New York, or an El Paso Walmart, the culprit is a lone wolf who acted absolutely alone. That every one of these mass murderers is mentally ill and bullied by his peers. And that a good guy with a gun on the scene could have stopped him. We know that these are absolutely lies. We know that gun control, when enacted fairly and responsibly, prevents multiple daily mass shootings. That white male supremacy is an umbrella source of these shootings that target black, indigenous, people of color, queer and LGBTQ+ people, and women. That the people inside that building provide community and support and encouragement of these murderers. That oppressed minorities of color, gender, sexuality, and ability are rarely the culprit. That those who are actually bullied, such as neurodivergent and mentally ill youth, are the main targets. That the good guy with a gun is overwhelmingly the first target and shot instead of being a help. That thoughts and prayers are useless. We also know that the solutions are not in absolutes. We know that gun control, such as red flag laws, are necessary, and it is also necessary to ensure equality in their enforcement. We know that police abolition will not remove law enforcement entirely, but it will remove the extrajudicial and arbitrary enforcement of those laws. We know that by calling on our elected employees to restore funding to the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control and overturn the TR amendments which can put in place regulations that are data-driven and circumspect. The current politicization of gun records and gun tracing data prevents policymakers from comprehensively researching gun violence, which allows events like Uvalde School to happen. We know that voting is not the end-all be-all, it is the beginning. And if you're represented by these absolute jackasses, you can drunk dial them and yell at them. You can protest at their homes. That is our First Amendment right.
Hey y'all, my name's Tommy Babe. I'm a 16-year-old young Muslim with MFOL, and I just want to say I'm sick and tired of being scared to go to school. It is ridiculous. The people that stand behind you today care more about a group of cells than the children that live in our schools today. And to the young Muslims who weren't here today, I just want to say one thing. Wait until names of victims
Not allyship, accomplishment. You show up for me, I'ma show up for you. Thank you for coming. You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get out of here. Black Lives Matter.
This week, there are two disturbingly interconnected stories coming out of Texas. The first is the one that's captured all of our attention and horror. New questions are emerging today about how an 18-year-old with a variant of the AR-15 rifle bought shortly after he reached the age of maturity walked into Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, and opened fire in a classroom, killing 19 children and 2 teachers. The top cop in Texas told reporters yesterday that as much as an hour may have passed between the gunman opening fire and law enforcement officials fatally shooting him. As footage like this emerged that appeared to show parents and other bystanders yelling at police to enter the school. NBC has not confirmed exactly what time the video was recorded nor what actions officers were taking in that exact moment, but footage captured heated exchanges between onlookers and authorities.
Man, y'all can't be like that, man. Y'all can't be like that when there's people.
Yes, I do. Get across the street. Because I'm having to deal with you. Get across the street. Get across the street, man. Other stuff to do.
We're gonna back up, or you're gonna walk into that gate and get him.
And put an ad. Revolving door justice spits criminals back onto the streets and greases the
You know that there are
skids
kids, right?
for the
They're
next
little kids. They don't know how to
horrific
defend
crime.
themselves.
One parent of a 4th grader told the Associated
Quote the
Press
late
and later
President
NBC
Ronald
News
Reagan.
what he said when he arrived on the
We
scene.
must
Quote,
reject the idea
let's just rush in because
that
the
every
cops aren't
time
doing
law is
anything like
broken,
they're supposed to.
Society is guilty rather than the lawbreaker. It's time to restore the American precept that each individual is accountable for his actions. And that's why we, the NRA, will never ever stop fighting for the right of the innocent and the law-abiding to defend themselves against the evil criminal element that plagues our society. Because we know there can be no freedom, no security, no safety without the right of the law-abiding to bear arms for self-defense. As we gather, we know the eyes of the nation, the eyes of history are upon us. And that's a good thing, because every American deserves to know the truth about who we are and what we believe. So please, help me out here. Let's give America a real clear view. How many police officers do we have here today? Would you please stand up? Retired police officers, would you please stand up? How about any firefighters, paramedics, or first responders? Any active military, please stand and remain standing. Any veterans, please stand and remain standing. And let us recognize you this Memorial Day weekend. Anyone who works in healthcare in any way, doctors, nurses, any teachers, if you work in education, please stand and remain standing. If you work in manufacturing, construction, please stand up. And if you work in any trade, maybe a truck driver, a plumber, or an electrician. And how about stay-at-home moms who work harder than most people ever give them credit for? If you own your own business, stand up. Any professionals, accountants, executives, are you a law-abiding gun owner? Please stand up and be recognized. We here today, and millions more like us, are patriotic Americans, the heart and soul of this country. We love our nation. We love our children, grandchildren, friends, and family. And that's why we will always value, cherish, and protect our fundamental human right to defend ourselves, our communities, and our loved ones with our Second Amendment right to bear arms. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Your Executive Director of the NRA Institute for Legislative Action, Jason Weemay.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the National Rifle Association Institute for Legislative Action's annual Leadership Forum. As we begin today's program, ladies and gentlemen, please stand and direct your attention to our flag. as Texas's own armed citizen, Jack Wilson, leads us in our pledge.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing as Jill Nouse-White performs our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That was awesome. Thank you, Jill. And as we gather here on this Memorial Day weekend, I think it's important that we all take a moment and reflect on the true meaning of this holiday. I also think it's important that we take a moment to remember the lives that were lost in the horrific tragedy earlier this week in Uvalde. So please, join me, stand one more time in a sincere moment of silence and reverence. Thank you all. Friends, sadly, as Wayne said, we can't legislate evil out of someone's heart. And while prayer helps, and trust me, I am a huge believer in prayer, and we should never, ever underestimate the power of prayer, there are other things that we can do at the same time. But condemning the NRA and law-abiding gun owners for the evil acts committed by deranged criminals is not one of them. Over the last 10 years, we have called for more funding to secure our schools and help protect our teachers and children. Over the last 10 years, we've called for more resources to give teachers and mental health experts the ability to help kids in need. And over the last 10 years, we have called for fixing our broken mental health system once and for all. And sadly, none of this has been done. Government can somehow find a way to print huge sums of money for hundreds of pet projects, but they can't seem to find money to secure our schools and fix our broken mental health system. That's just not right. And we at the NRA, we grieve for the lost souls. And we at the NRA have heavy hearts during these trying times. And we at the NRA want something meaningful done that can actually solve the problem, not serve a political agenda. The only thing the 5 million members of the NRA do is support and fight for a fundamental human right. The hard-working moms and dads and sons and daughters of the NRA, man, they are good people. And the hard-working moms and dads and sons and daughters of the NRA are law-abiding people. We want and have always wanted to enact real solutions to these serious problems, but those solutions do not come in the form of failed gun control policies that won't make anybody safer. And we will continue to oppose all those failed policies because they are not the answer and will only endanger more people. And we're going to take this message to Congress, the voters, and ballot boxes all across the country this November. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America, and God bless the NRA. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, our next speaker is unable to be with us in person today. So please direct your attention to the screens for a message from Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Hi, this is Governor Greg Abbott, and I want to say welcome to Texas to everybody here. I come before you this afternoon with a very heavy heart. America is grieving with an evil madman that took the innocent lives of school children this past Tuesday. Moments like this tear apart the very fabric of a community that until Tuesday never thought that a tragedy like this could ever happen in such a quiet South Texas town like Uvalde. This is the time of year that children look forward to the end of the school year and the promise of summer adventures. But 19 innocent children will never come home from that last week of school. Other children who survived are scarred by what they witnessed. As Texans and as Americans, we grieve and mourn with these families. The loss of their child is a tragedy that no parent should ever have to endure. As parents ourselves, Cecilia and I are heartbroken by such a senseless tragedy like this. We urge everyone here today, everyone across the country, to pray for those in Uvalde who are impacted by this atrocious act. The courageous actions of the many teachers and staff at Robb Elementary School should be applauded. These men and women are heroes for their fearless defense of the children in their charge. The Lord teaches us that every child is a precious gift, and evil stole those gifts from their parents on Tuesday. And also, remember this: there are thousands of laws on the books across the country that limit the owning or using of firearms. Laws that have not stopped madmen from carrying out evil acts on innocent people in peaceful communities. In Uvalde, the gunman committed a felony under Texas law before he even pulled the trigger. It's a felony to possess a firearm on school premises, but that did not stop him. And what he did on campus is capital murder. That's a crime that would have subjected him to the death penalty in Texas. Well, just as laws didn't stop the killer, we will not let his evil acts stop us from uniting the community that he tried to destroy. I'm in Uvalde this afternoon working to heal the brokenhearted. We will bind up the wounds of the people of Uvalde and once again restore the luster to a community known for its warmth, its friendship, and its values. May God bless the people of Uvalde, and may God forever bless the great state of Texas.
Our next speaker grew up on a farm and a ranch. She spent much of her time outdoors and learned to hunt at an early age, a tradition she proudly passed down to her 3 children. But she also knows that the Second Amendment is not about hunting. During her tenure in public service, she has worked tirelessly to protect our Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms and to make sure that our kids are safe. After being elected governor in 2018, the very first bill she signed into law was constitutional carry. Since then, she has only continued to sign more pro-gun legislation into law, making sure the Second Amendment and freedom remain uninfringed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to you the governor of South Dakota, Christie Gnome.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much for that wonderful welcome. You know, it's an honor to be among a group of America-loving patriots like all of you. You have guts and you've got conviction. You know, it's inspiring to look out on a crowd like this. When I was walking around the hall earlier today, I saw families, I saw parents and grandparents, young women, professionals, teenagers, hunters and sportsmen, members of law enforcement. NRA members come from every single walk of life, every race, every creed. And I am proud to be a lifetime NRA member and to stand with all of you.
Well, welcome back, everybody. And by that, I mean, I'm welcoming myself back. We are approaching the speech of former President Donald Trump. It's hard to imagine a more disgusting scenario than celebrating guns 3 days, 4 days after the second worst mass shooting at a school since Sandy Hook. But alas, here we are. This is South Dakota Governor Christie Gnome. I'm muted. Oh my God, I've been muted this entire time. Oh God, how humiliating. These people must think I'm an idiot. No, okay. All right, let's get back to it and we'll have time. Are they having a break between speakers? Does anybody know so we can chat?
A grandmother, I can't even imagine what the families of those dear children and those teachers are going through. I hope that you are all lifting them up in prayer. And sadly, it's not the first time that we've experienced this type of grief. I think all of us here today and across the country never want to see anything like this ever happen again. But we have very many difficult questions that we have to answer today.
But
this isn't the time for grandstanding. It's not the time for shouting or division. This is the time to be honest, to work together to protect the future for our children and our grandchildren. To truly decide where we are going as a country, we need to reflect on our history and look back at where we've been. Here are some of those questions. Why was the Second Amendment even created? Does it still hold value today? Why is it okay for some to have guns and others not? Why do we protect our banks, our stores, and celebrities with armed guards, but not our children? Are they not truly our greatest treasure? Much, much more valuable than material things? If we limit the average citizen from having a firearm, will that keep those who choose to ignore the law from accessing one as well? Listen, I don't have all the answers for you today, but I do want to share with you why I believe the Second Amendment may be the most important of our Bill of Rights.
yeah, the most important thing.
Second Amendment is sacred to me and to our family. It always has been. and able to understand why it's so important to us, you need to know a little bit about me personally. Growing up on a farm in South Dakota, guns were just a fact of life for my family. My dad was a farmer and a rancher, a real-life cowboy who worked harder than anybody I had ever known.
Oh.
He was tough as rawhide. He lived a life of integrity, and he expected his children to embrace those ideals. Of course, this also applied to our firearms. Owning guns wasn't a political thing for us. Like most American families, we rarely discussed government or politics around the table. On our ranch, our politics were lived, not talked about. We knew we had freedom and we had personal responsibility, but we also knew that we needed to use both to make our corner of the world a better place to serve other people. It wasn't complicated. Before I was old enough to get my own hunting license, I used to follow my grandmother when she was out bird hunting. And yes,
notice that this is all nonsense in the sense that it does nothing. She's not saying, here's how we reduce school shootings. She's just saying, here's why I don't want to do anything about guns.
Now, my dad, he preferred big game hunting.
Oh, okay.
And from a young age, my siblings and I, we went with him. We had guns hanging in the back window of every pickup. Our gun cabinet was proudly displayed in our living room.
She's sort of saying, like, the fact that I've managed not to be killed despite growing up in a house full of guns means we really can't restrict anybody's access.
The Second Amendment isn't about any of that. The Second Amendment is about deterrence. It's about ensuring government respects the rights.
There was literally an armed police officer there. Didn't make a difference. It's funny. If the problem is mental illness, mentally ill people, by their logic, won't be dissuaded by there being good guys with guns. They can't have it both ways.
Cringed.
And for everybody saying, oh, what would you do? I just put out a clip with a list of 10 things I would do.
Those 27 words are freedom's last line of defense. The founders understood deeply that without an armed citizenry, authentic freedom could not and would not survive. Now, how did they know this? What were their circumstances? What did they know about human nature and the temptation to seize power? Did they know how fragile freedom could be? What were they drawing on? Well, number one, they were drawing on their own experience. The founders knew that the country would have never survived the Revolutionary War if the colonists hadn't owned their own weapons. Look at Boston in 1775. 11,000 expertly trained British soldiers occupied the city, and George Washington's ragtag army of Continentals surrounded them. His American volunteers carried only their personal muskets. They used these to hold the British at bay until a 25-year-old bookseller named Henry Knox.
Great. The relevance of the guns that were available then has a lot of bearing on schools today, huh?
In the meantime, the Continentals challenged the infantry of the British Empire with the same firearms that they used to hunt squirrels and deer and to feed their families. Now, what else did the founding generation understand? They knew human nature. Writing in 1775, Thomas Paine laid it out clearly. While avarice and ambition have a place in the heart of man, the weak will become prey to the strong. The history of every age and nation establishes these truths, and facts need but little arguments when they prove themselves. When I read about the Constitution, I'm often struck by the subject and the issue of timing. The first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, were ratified effective December 15th, 1791. But what else was happening in the world at that time? The French Revolution. Unlike the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of the Rights of Man, the foundational document of the French Revolution, does not include a right to bear arms. And Thomas Paine's arguments proved themselves in horrifying detail. In Paris, which was the center of European learning and culture for 1,000 years, mobs tore down statues and crosses. Does that sound familiar? They attacked religion. They desecrated churches. The mob consumed French society until a dictator could arise from all the chaos.
I know many of you are saying, how the hell does this relate to what happened 4 days ago? And it doesn't. They want you to think it does. They want you to think there's some principle here, but it has nothing to do with it.
1989. He wrote, "Civil rulers may attempt to tyrannize, and the military forces which must be occasionally raised to defend our country might pervert their power to the injury of their fellow citizens." Does this mean that at the time the Constitution was ratified, the founders might have been worried about a corrupt American government using the military to crush the rights of regular citizens? It sure sounds that way, doesn't it? So let's talk about the cities with the most restrictive gun control laws.
Oh, here we go.
When 30 people are shot over a weekend in Chicago, we get nothing but silence from Joe.
It's 30 minutes from Indiana, guys.
Members kill innocent children in Baltimore or Cleveland. They might give it a passing mention on the local news.
Oh.
But when a deranged, mentally unstable murderer who fits the left's political narrative kills innocent children and people, the media seizes the opportunity to paint millions.
This is even worse than I expected. I have to it's hard to imagine something more depressing than what they're doing here. These arguments work on idiots, says one of our viewers, but there's a lot of idiots in this country. They're running the show. Idiots are in charge.
They use the tragic situation to push their agenda, and it is all about control, and it is garbage. I'm not buying it for a second, and you shouldn't either.
There's this very specific, I'm not being sexist here. I'm just describing. There's this very specific delivery that some conservative women politicians have that is extraordinarily ignorant and lowbrow, and Christie Gnome has it. And it seems to resonate with a lot of these right-wingers. I think they find it in some way like, I don't know what the right word is. It's like an accent / delivery. I don't know how to describe it.
We're women.
They find it alluring, yeah.
And almost 60% of them were over the age of 45. I believe the number one reason was because of fear of civil unrest and to protect themselves and their families. We have seen the same type of radical mob mentality taking place on the streets of American cities that swept Paris in the 1790s. Woke mobs are tearing down statues, and it doesn't matter who they are above.
It kind of does matter. Imagine being like, a woke mob is tearing down statues of Hitler. Oh, that doesn't sound that bad. Actually, that sounds reasonable. It kind of does matter what the statues are. Dangerous women, very dangerous.
On cue, the left and their media allies cheered them on. Remember when Chris Cuomo was asking where in the Constitution it says protests have to be peaceful? Well, it's in the first sentence, in the First Amendment, Chris. Look it up. Of course.
All right, I'm going to mute Christie Gnome a little bit because it is nauseating. We were scheduled to start this at 3 p.m. Eastern, and then it was announced Trump would be 2.5 hours late. I'm not exaggerating. He would be 2.5 hours late. So we are back again, and it is extremely wild. Let me say thank you and read some messages, some beautiful super chats coming in. Hawkeye Heyoka with a $50 super chat says, David, thank you for covering this. Thank you for your logic and reasoning. I find your channel a beacon of light during these dark times. Well, thank you for your generosity. Another $50 super chat from Peter Williams, who says, it's crazy how questioning these insane solutions is the exception, not the norm in the mainstream media. Peel them back a millimeter, and it's obvious it's BS. I have no confidence this will get better until we challenge this as the norm. Absolutely well said. Daniel Silva says, this dystopia sucks. Can we change multiverses? I know. It's so backwards. Austin says, these people are sick. Governors Christie, Naomi, and Greg Abbott Costello need help. Yeah. It's absolutely nuts. Now, what did someone say here? Trump won't show up until the protest outside is gone. Well, then he might not make it. These mirrors are teleprompters, guys. Remember when Obama using a teleprompter was bad?
Obama.
Yeah, but teleprompters prevent humiliating mistakes.
We've endorsed
JP, right? JD Mandel.
Yeah, that's why the teleprompters are there. Do we want to listen to Greg Abbott talking about the shooting a little bit? I think we do. Let's see what the latest version they're coming up with is.
To stitch back together the fabric of Uvalde. Helping us to do that is the leader of Uvalde himself, and that is the mayor of Uvalde, who I would like to ask to speak at this time.
Governor, I'd like to thank you for bringing all these state agencies here and the services you've offered our community, our citizens, because these families are going to need this help, not just today, but in the long term, as you mentioned. So for that, Governor, I appreciate, and all I can say is I've seen you these last 2 days, and the compassion and along with these families and that, I really admire it. I thank you, and like I said, and we appreciate everybody from all over the world and the country that has sent messages of encouragement and so forth. I mean,
oh my God,
our hearts are broken here in Uvalde. It's nobody ever wants to have to go through this, especially as a mayor. I never thought this was something I would have to go through. My heart's broken for these families. But the one good thing about our community is Uvalde is a strong community. I think if some of you reporters have been here a while enough, you'll see that there's a lot of unity in our community. And it will take some time, but we will get over this, and Uvalde will come back stronger.
We're going to get over it. We'll change nothing, but we'll get over it.
And someone who has been actively engaged in helping the victims of crime already and will remain engaged all the way through is the District Attorney, Christina Mitchell.
Thank you, Governor, for being here. And we want to thank everybody that's reached out to us in Uvalde from across the state, from across the country, and across the world. We greatly appreciate all the support and kind words and prayers and assistance that has been sent to us. And like the mayor said, here in Uvalde County, we are down-to-earth people, we are salt of the earth people, and we are a family. And like a family, we're going to get through this together with each other and for each other, and we're asking everybody across the world to continue to support us. So I, the district attorney, along with the FBI victims assistance people, the DPS victim assistance people, the attorney general's office, we have set up a family assistance center at the Uvalde County Fairplex here in Uvalde. And at that center, it's a one-stop shop for all the victims. And we say victims, we mean everybody that was associated with Rob.
Yeah. Diana says, thoughts on Beto confronting Abbott at the press conference the other day. I absolutely loved it, Diana. Absolutely loved it. I think it was excellent. Got a ton of attention, and it needs to be, all of these things. Listen to all the things they're saying. We have a family assistance phone line. Okay, fine, good. We're going to get over this. Nobody's saying we're going to change a damn thing because they don't plan to. They don't plan to change a damn thing. It's absolutely disgusting. Thanks to Deep Doob, Canadians Fearing America, Avalanche of Spinach, Andre Bavaria, and Van Top TV for the Twitch subscriptions, putting us at 113. I can't thank enough some amazing people who have just gotten a ton of memberships on my website. Eric Labadzinski, Betsy Wonder, Susan Linscott, Michael Doctor, Alexandra Massimino, Kelly White, Lisa Common, and Andrew Avdrums gifting 2 subscriptions, Desiree DeLong gifting 1, Sam Hendrickson getting a membership. That's 11, putting us at 124 for the day. Thank you so much. I so appreciate that. Would I debate or discuss gun violence with Ben Shapiro again? Anytime. Absolutely anytime I will do it. Yeah, let's listen to a little more here.
Turned tail and he had ran. Here's what Grant wrote of that event. From that event to the close of the war, I never once experienced trepidation upon confronting an enemy again. Though I always felt more or less anxiety, I never forgot that he had as much reason to fear my forces as I had of his. The left likes to appear monolithic, unstoppable.
Sickening.
But it's not. And what's more, the left is afraid of the NRA.
We're afraid of all the people that are dying thanks to the NRA.
They fear people who think for themselves and who defend their rights.
They don't think for themselves. They just say whatever the NRA tells them to say.
So don't back down. Now is not the time to quit. Now would be the worst time to quit. Now is when we double down.
Double down on what?
Lastly, what does it look like when a person embraces their fundamental rights and responsibilities? I think it's clear that they become more free. They become more capable, more independent, more powerful, more free. We are all called to live courageously in the battlefield of our daily lives. Our workplaces, our communities, our homes, our country needs it. No weak-willed or half measures will save us from the relentless and the unhinged radicals that we are facing today. So we double down. This fight is much bigger than the people in this room. The consequences of our actions will affect all future generations of Americans. Do you want your children to have the same freedom that we've been blessed with?
I want there to be fewer school shootings, and she hasn't proposed one way to make that happen.
And experience liberty? Then we must protect the Second Amendment. It is an honor. It is an honor to be in the
Just getting
trenches
some backup
with each
streams
of you.
going for
And
us.
that's why I'm proud to be here today. So thank you for your work. God bless you, and may God continue to bless the great united...
Let's switch over here.
Thank you.
Oh.
Well, that was really a great uplifting speech.
Not exactly. Not exactly. All right. This nonsense continues of building up eventually to Donald Trump. And I am with you guys. This is absolutely vile and disgusting.
Story with you. Last August, Brevard County, Florida sheriff's deputies were conducting a joint operation with members of the United States Border Patrol along Interstate 95.
Uh-oh.
During the operation, Deputy Tyler Thoman conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle near West Melbourne, Florida. During this routine stop, things went drastically wrong when one of the individuals in the vehicle produced a stolen firearm and began to fire at Tyler and the other deputies. The suspect in this case was a career criminal with over 40 previous arrests, including 23 violent felonies, was out on bond for 2 felony drug charges, and had 2 felony warrants outstanding when the incident occurred. Deputy Tyler Thoman exhibited exceptional bravery and courage while facing the armed violent suspect, and his actions not only saved his life, but the lives of his fellow deputies.
Sure.
As such, it is with great honor and pride that the National Rifle Association names Deputy Tyler Thoman as the 2022 NRA Law Enforcement Officer of the Year. Deputy, please.
Oh my God. This is one of the... Do you realize what the rest of the world thinks when they see an event like this? They think we're completely insane in this country. And much of the country is. It's, they brought a baby. Oh my God. It's just stunning. Stunning that this is what's happening. Wow.
Hey, David, this is Daniel from DC. I'm a big fan of what you're doing, and I've been listening to you for a few years. First time calling, and it seems to me that you've become steadily more pessimistic about the direction of our country.
You think? You think, Daniel?
By the right's pivot in, quote unquote policy. Where do you see the U.S. in, let's say, 20 or maybe 50 years?
Well, it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good. This is a sick country. It's an ill country. I don't know how else to describe it. Now, fortunately, things are a lot less crazy in the blue states. It's not perfect, but it's a lot less crazy in the blue states. Let's see what's coming up next.
Right to self-defense outside your home. He's been alongside us every step of the way.
Oh, no.
Filing briefs and unabashedly taking on the gun control media. Please join me in welcoming one of the most fearless defenders of the Second Amendment from the Lone Star State, Senator Ted Cruz.
Oh, God, no.
and we will bend men.
Oh, no. We'll just listen to a little. I know I would get the kids out of the room. Yeah, it's very gross.
I want to speak today on the nature of evil.
Oh.
We're gathered today under crushing darkness. On Tuesday, less than 300 miles away, an evil man murdered 19 children and 2 teachers. Within hours, I was on a plane back to Texas from Washington.
Blaming doors instead of guns.
Next day in Uvalde. There I sat down with law enforcement, with local officials. And I joined in a community prayer vigil that evening.
Prayer, okay.
As the entire community was reeling from the shooting. We prayed together, and we cried together.
Why does no one ever ask, why didn't we use prayer to prevent the shooting? Why are we only using prayer after the fact?
Words to describe a monster who enters a school and murders little children. 19 little kids. 19 families in Uvalde who lost their little boys and their little girls. 2 families of teachers who aren't here with us anymore. None of us will ever truly understand the manifest evil that devastated Uvalde on that day.
We do understand the evil of the NRA, however.
The entire country.
Oh, yeah, let's go over here. Oh, they're not even carrying it. Sorry, guys.
And grieving. And it is an evil that has happened too many damn times.
Light applause for that.
In the last several years especially, Texas has repeatedly seen the face of evil.
Yeah.
Repeatedly.
Makes you think.
I've been on the ground after these tragedies.
On the ground in Cancun.
One after another. I was in Dallas in 2016, in Sutherland Springs in 2017, in Santa Fe in 2018, in El Paso and Midland, Odessa in 2019, and now Uvalde.
And I still won't change anything.
Was the picture of horror. If children are the picture of innocence, then the lunatics and the monsters like this one, the one who would deliberately murder children, they are the picture of evil. Many of us in this room are mothers and fathers.
Now, are they evil or mentally ill? Because mental illness isn't evil, it's an illness. So is he now going with evil, or are they still going with mentally ill?
Of those families right now is unimaginable. The very worst pain on earth. All of us in Texas need to come together and comfort those families right now. We need to love them, embrace them, and take care of them.
Very light applause. The most applause was when Christie Gnome said the Second Amendment is the most important thing. For all of this stuff about the victims, there's very, very sparse applause.
There's another consistent pattern that I've seen. Repeatedly, despite the darkness, I've seen love and compassion and heroism.
There's this crazy pattern. The more guns per capita a country has, the more shootings per capita a country has. It's perplexing, but it's evil.
And lay people coming together and standing as one. No matter the horror, our state's response to each act of evil, to each challenge,
has been zero.
Has always been one of unity and strength and resilience. Uvalde is strong. Texas is strong, and the entire country stands alongside the men and women who are grieving in Uvalde today. We will get through this, and we will come through this together. At the same time, it is incumbent on us to understand what is behind these evil attacks.
Well,
you know, when we were growing up, this kind of thing didn't happen. Kids may have worried about getting into a fist fight at school, maybe a bloody nose at recess, but we never worried about a psychopath coming into our classrooms to commit murder.
What?
The elites who dominate our culture.
Anybody know what that person yelled out?
Firearms lie at the root of the problem. By elites, I refer to some of the most powerful politicians and their allies in the media, the leaders of the largest corporations and many of the most famous celebrities, and those who echo and amplify them. Their resources are limitless. Their megaphone is enormous, and their voice can be deafening.
It sounds like it's not a gun issue, according to Ted.
From behind great bulwarks of safety, from gated communities equipped with private security, or at the very least, from safe and expensive neighborhoods protected by high home prices.
Like where Ted lives.
Such people can afford an indulgent ideology that ignores reality. As is so often the case, those furthest from the halls of power are the most dependent on the ability to defend themselves. For millions of Americans, the right to keep and bear arms is not theoretical, it's not abstract. For a single mom in a dangerous neighborhood, it is a matter of basic security. Taking guns away from these responsible Americans will not make them safer, nor will it make our nation more secure.
Hard to believe.
In an age where elites embrace defunding the police, when homelessness runs rampant, when gangs dominate entire communities, and when radical district attorneys refuse to prosecute violent crime in cities across America, rarely has the Second Amendment been more necessary to secure the...
Reducing the number of guns won't reduce the number of shootings, says a guy from the country with the most guns and the most shootings.
But many would still tell us that the evil on display in Uvalde or in Buffalo derives from the presence of guns.
Yeah, it's also funny because if you look at the 10-point list I proposed, not a single one of the things I proposed would take away that gun from the imaginary mom he's talking about. But 4 of the things would have limited this particular shooter's ability to have the particular guns that he had. So there are plenty of solutions that, I mean, listen, the 10 I proposed would not prevent that mom from having the gun. She might have had to wait a few days, the waiting period. She would have had to have a background check. She would have to get insurance, but she would still be able to have her gun.
Requires a sick soul to drive a truck into a crowded sidewalk, to plant a bomb at a marathon, or to fly a plane into a building. It requires a sick soul to open fire in a movie theater or in a church.
Right. They're still pretending that at the Aurora movie theater shooting, dark room, guns start going off, okay? They're still pretending that having more people in there in the dark with guns would have helped anything. It's one of the most delusional examples of this.
Forcing us to ask hard questions, demanding that we see where our culture is failing.
Well, we know where it's failing.
Looking at broken families, absent fathers, declining church attendance, social media bullying.
Church attendance is the reason for the shootings.
In video games, chronic isolation. prescription drug and opioid abuse, and their collective effects on the psyche of young Americans.
This is quite frankly a fascist diatribe. This is crazy.
Faceted. It's a lot easier to moralize about guns and to shriek about those you disagree with politically. But it's never been about guns. We know that places with some of the most restrictive gun laws, places like Chicago and Baltimore and Washington, D.C., they don't have less gun violence. Indeed, they contain some of the most dangerous communities on the face of the earth. We also know that there are communities in places like Texas with extraordinarily high rates of gun ownership and extraordinarily low rates of gun violence. We know that keeping guns away from citizens who follow the law does very little to keep them away from criminals who ignore the law. We know that there are no more guns per capita in this nation today than there were 50 or 100 years ago. That's worth underscoring. In 1972, the rate of per capita gun ownership in the United States was 43%. In 2021, the rate is 42%. The rate of gun ownership hasn't changed. And yet, acts of evil like...
Understand that that's deceptive. The guns per capita and the rate of gun ownership are two different things.
...will tell us. These horrific crimes occur only in America. That simply isn't true.
Oh.
The data show, according to the Crime Prevention Research Center, quote, out of the 101 countries where we have identified mass public shootings occurring, the United States ranks 66th in the per capita frequency of these attacks and 56th in the murder rate. But to be clear, one is one too many. We know that many of these who seek to commit the most heinous crimes, they're isolated from human contact. They're living a virtual life in the absence of community and faith and love. None of that excuses their heinous acts. None of that reduces the evil of their deeds.
That's not clear.
But these are questions we have to answer if we want to rescue our country. I ask these cultural questions because mere technocratic solutions, the acts of legislators or of government regulators, will not alone solve what ails us. And those who proclaim that it will are not telling you the truth. They are demagoguing for political gain. Now, some may be naive enough to confuse their virtue signaling with real solutions. But most are engaged in the most cynical kind of politics. They say, as President Obama did this...
Imagine speaking at the NRA and saying other people are engaged in cynical politics.
Do something, they demand. And here, perhaps to the surprise of some, I emphatically agree. There have been too damn many of these killings, and we must act decisively to stop them.
Okay. And what would you do?
But what is the something
right
we should do? To Washington Democrats, the answer is so-called universal background check.
We know it's not guns, but give us the answers. Is he going to mention doors here? Maybe windows, sinks, and showers?
All firearms. Here's the problem. Their so-called solutions wouldn't have stopped these mass murders, and they know this.
I mean, 4 of the things I proposed would have had an impact.
The Uvalde shooter, and I won't use his name, and nor should anyone else, he should fade into eternal anonymity.
Wow, what courageous. What courage.
But that son of a bitch passed a background check. As for so-called assault rifles, which the left and the media love to demonize. These guns were banned for 10 years, from 1994 to 2004. And the Department of Justice examined the effect of the ban and concluded that it had zero to statistically significant effect.
It had zero testicular effect, yeah. That's not my understanding of the data, by the way, but I don't have it in front of me.
They know won't work, that won't stop these horrific crimes. The answer for too many of them is that their real goal.
Now, again, if you look at my list of proposals, if you can't have high-capacity firearms under age 25, the shooter would have maybe gotten a handgun. You don't kill as many people with the handgun. If you're under 25, you need 2 or 3 letters from community adults saying they think it's a fine idea for you to have firearms. Based on what we know about this guy, he might not have been able to get those letters. If you had been required to have gun insurance, it's possible that that would have made it inconvenient or priced him out. So the idea that nothing will do anything, no. There's lots of things that could be done.
And the reason is simple. The law-abiding citizens follow the law, but the criminals do not. That is why they're criminals. But let me tell you what would happen if they succeeded in confiscating guns.
Confiscating.
Many more people.
Understand, offering a buyback is a different thing.
Statistic from the Obama White House, hardly a right-wing source. Guns are used defensively to stop a crime between 500,000 and 1 million times every single year.
Harvard has studied this. Guns are not used 500,000 to 1 million times each year in self-defense. There are, it's actually extraordinarily rare. You can look this up, Harvard Injury Control Research Center. Most purported self-defense gun uses are actually gun uses in escalating arguments. They aren't something that we should cheer. And firearms are used far more often to intimidate than in self-defense, and later reported as, I just use my gun defensively. That's not what is happening.
Let's focus on what works. Stopping the bad guys, imprisoning violent criminals, and protecting our vulnerable.
Understand, a ton of these defensive gun uses are, you have an argument in your yard, just an argument with an unarmed person. You pull your gun out, the person flees, and that gets reported as a defensive gun use. Give me a break, guys. Give me a break.
Grassley Cruz did 3 things. First, it would mandate that the Department of Justice conduct an audit of federal agencies to make sure that all felony convictions have been reported to the database. Second, Grassley Cruz would create a gun crime task force at the Department of Justice, specifically to prosecute felons or fugitives who try to buy firearms illegally. In 2010, there were...
So 4 of my ideas would have affected the Uvalde shooter. So far, none of Ted's would have affected the Uvalde shooter.
Justice prosecuted only 44 of them. That is indefensible. Third, Grassley Cruz would have authorized $300 million for school safety improvement grants to harden our schools.
Oh, God.
When Grassley Cruz came to the Senate floor for a vote in 2013, 52 senators voted yes, including 9 Democrats.
Yeah, there's a good point, which is like the hardened felons. Oh, by the way, this loser here, yeah, of course, David, you know how to fix everything. Well, no, but hold on a second. See that? I'm getting the sense that that's not a good faith comment. Look at my video, look at my 10 proposals, and critique each of them individually. That's the way we evaluate these things.
could have stopped at least some of...
No, I won't ban that guy. He can, for now, he can hang out.
Grassley Cruz is a perfect example. Take Sutherland Springs. There, it was already illegal for the shooter to purchase firearms. Doubly so, because he was a felon and because he had a domestic violence conviction. So how did he get his guns? Because the Obama Air Force failed to report his felony conviction to the database. And so he passed the background check.
That is almost never the issue. I'm with him on this. You've got to report it. But it's almost never the issue.
His felony conviction. And the Gun Crimes Task Force would have prosecuted him for the felony of lying on the background check form.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's actually pretty rare that people even get prosecuted for that. That's the other part of this.
Federal prison, instead of murdering 26 innocent people in that beautiful sanctuary. To this day, I don't know if any reporter has asked even a single Democrat why they filibustered bipartisan gun violence legislation that could have made a real difference saving lives. So what about Uvalde? Well, part of Grassley Cruz was $300 million to upgrade school security because we've seen a tragic pattern repeat. When I sat down with the families at Santa Fe, we discussed how that monster had entered through an unlocked back door, how he'd been able to make it to a classroom unimpeded and murder innocent children. We also know that there are best practices at federal buildings and courthouses where, for security reasons, they limit the means of entry to one entrance.
I still don't get how this is a solution, because then everybody gets funneled in through the same place. Can't the shooter just wait right where that one spot is? I mean, maybe I'm too stupid to understand this brilliant idea.
Fire exits should only open out. At that single point of entry, we should have multiple armed police officers.
Okay. I mean, listen, I would get rid of the windows. Anybody could shoot through a window, too.
Veterans trained to provide security and keep our children safe. Maddeningly, the shooter in Uvalde got in the exact same way the Santa Fe shooter did. He walked through an unlocked back door into an open classroom. We need serious funding to upgrade our schools, to install bulletproof doors and locking classroom doors.
These schools are sounding more and more like prisons. What about a moat?
And to hire law enforcement to protect our most precious asset.
There's some degree to which this feels kind of like the, hey, you know, what was the rape victim wearing? Were they properly protected from the rape? Versus like, oh, if we just reduce the number of people trying to rape, we might be better off.
My legislation to allow schools to access $1.3 billion in federal funds to improve school safety. Had Uvalde gotten a grant to upgrade the school security, they might have made changes that could have stopped this shooter and killed him at the single point of entrance with armed law enforcement there on the ground before he hurt any of these innocent kids and teachers.
It does feel like the NRA must be struggling as a result of this, right? I mean, I know that tons of people still love it, but I would be very curious what the effect is of this entire fiasco on their membership.
Guys. Like Stephen Williford, the heroic plumber and NRA rifle instructor who grabbed his AR-15 and ran barefoot to stop the murderer at Sutherland Springs. or the Border Patrol Tactical Unit who finally killed the Uvalde monster. And that's why the media's cynicism and dishonesty on this topic is so pernicious. The media blames you, the millions of members of the NRA, for these crimes.
Didn't the Sutherland shooting end because the shooter just crashed his car? Like, I don't even know about these examples. Like, you have to research every single thing this guy says.
Has committed these kinds of unspeakable crimes. Everybody here is horrified, utterly horrified by these mass murders. But more importantly, it is the law-abiding patriots here, like Stephen Williford, who over and over and over again step up and risk their lives to stop these depraved lunatics. The media wanted all of us to stay away. But you are not the cause of this evil. Instead, you are fighting to defend the Bill of Rights, to keep people safer in their homes and on the subway, to protect our families. You are the veterans, the law enforcement members, the courageous men and women who rise to defend your fellow neighbors. We must not react to evil and tragedy by abandoning the Constitution or infringing on the rights
We're not.
citizens. Now is not the time to yield to panic or intimidation or fear. Now is not the time for lies. It is not the time for empty political gestures. Now is the time for unity. Now is the time for love. And now is the time for action to protect our rights, to stop those with evil in their hearts, and to do everything humanly possible to protect our children and to protect our families. God bless you.
Well, one of the most dangerous speeches I have ever seen since I have been covering politics. I tweeted as much just moments ago. Absolutely absurd. Although I have a feeling maybe the next speech from Donald Trump could be even worse. Welcome, everybody. If you're just joining us, we're standing by for Donald Trump's speech at the National Rifle Association convention. I want to say thanks to Hap Mumphrey, Lucan, and the Brandy Alexander for the Twitch subscriptions. Also, seriously, really big thank you. Jim Custer just got a membership on my website, joinpacman.com. And Emily Rose Skinner got a membership on my website using the coupon code OBAMNA. I invite you to sign up. You go to joinpacman.com. You pick the membership of your choice, monthly or yearly. I love yearly personally. And then indeed, typing in Obama. Look at what this does for us. Isn't that incredible? It's an unbelievable thing as we stand by here for President, former failed former President Donald Trump, who will be speaking, and I'm sure it will be incredibly powerful. Thanks for searching for cheese for the Twitch subscription. You're number 130 today. Super chats are continuing to dump in. Were there not armed police outside the school for 40 minutes? Were they not good enough guys? Good question, Samantha. Maybe schools should have a 20-foot high electrified fence as well. Yeah, absolutely. An AR-15 would allow a shooter to pick off security police at a distance, which pistols would be ineffective. True. Now is not the time for empty political jesters, says Jester Cruz. Who's this guy?
Wonderful blessings that we have. Without him, this nation would not be what it is. So we give him thanks first and foremost for all of those wonderful blessings. Well,
is that a towel?
Let me say first off that my heart is broken for the people of Uvalde. Those parents who lost children, those loved ones, all those friends, neighbors.
All right, I don't even know that we necessarily want to listen to this. Talking about unity, wait until you hear the master divider, Mr. Trump. I know. What do you think about shootings like the Virginia Tech shooting where 32 people died and the shooter used handguns? Okay, every situation is different. No one rule will stop every shooting. Please watch my video about this. I address that. The existence of the NRA and the narrative that we need to defend ourselves perfectly encapsulates how ineffective our law enforcement system is. Right. We're not doing anything about the pressing need to have to defend ourselves. Hey, David, not going to lie, as someone who moved to Texas last year, Ted Cruz is making a great case for moving out of here. That's O. Okafor, who has called into the show many times. Yeah. Let's keep doing nothing and expecting something to change. I know. It's disturbing. There's no other way to say it. Here's Juan about the prayer question I raised.
Hey, David, you asked about why do they pray after the killings
of
children and people, and to prevent deaths from killing?
Yeah, pray before, to pray that there's no shooting,
With guns? The reason they don't pray for prevention is because there is a possibility that their gun sales might go down.
There you go. I think Juan has become woke. Juan is starting to understand the NRA. I want to say thanks to Hudson Markle, who just signed up on my website. Chris Wicht just signed up on my website. And Molly Little, Molly using the coupon code Obama. New members number 131, 132, and 133 today. Other super chats, Can Cruz is coming for your doors. Bonjour from Montreal. I will be in Montreal very, very powerfully, very soon. David, sir, Cruz claimed people go to the U.S. because it's the safest, yet people here in Finland won't even visit out of fear of being shot. You know where I felt really safe? When I was in Finland, I have to tell you, it just felt extremely safe. Denver says, sorry if you address this. What are your thoughts, expectations about Mitch McConnell instructing a Republican senator to reach out to the Democrats to pass something? I haven't heard about that actually, Denver. So I can't say much about it yet. But we will. I will look at it.
Hey, David, listen to the show right now. I have an interesting question for you, hopefully interesting.
Yeah, let me decide whether the questions are interesting, please.
You said that there's a lot of people who think like these people at the NRA convention. However, I hear all the time that 90% of Americans support gun control legislation.
No,
so,
88% of Americans want universal background checks. That's very specific. Now, the NRA doesn't. But it's you have to be much more specific than that. It's a much narrower claim. Chakaseki says Ted Cruz is more unhinged than doors that haven't been installed. Well said, Chakaseki. Don't Poke the Bear says, David, prediction for tonight's Celtics game. Celtics end the series tonight and go to the NBA Finals. That's my prediction. They don't pray before because the shootings would still happen. And then they would have to defend God's inaction. That's a risky prayer. That's tough language. That's tough language, but I can't say that it's inaccurate. I really can't. Memberships are dumping in almost faster than I can keep track. Thanks to Cam Wilder, Darren O'Shaughnessy, Lynn Jaluli, and Jonathan Banuelos for signing up on my website, putting us at 137. Many people using the coupon code Obama. Sir, when I joined the Marine Corps in 2013, I was taught that a rifle is a tool, not a toy, nor should it be used as a political campaign prop. Well said, Danny. Well said. And thanks to Endeavors for the super chat. Yeah, I mean, hard to say it any better than that. Voicemails are pouring in about the absurdity of this convention.
Hey, David, it's Andrew. Listen, I have a ton of friends in Denmark and Norway and Spain, and first of all, I don't think they even see this. I don't think they're even getting to see this type of rhetoric for this NRA conference.
Yep.
Yeah, it's insane. And the people that I talk to that do see this kind of thing, or if I send it to them, yeah, we're cooked. It really sucks.
Yep.
All
No,
right.
no, listen, everybody I know, everywhere, people I know in Europe, people I know in Argentina, obviously people I know in Canada, people I know in Israel, Australia, New Zealand. Nobody can understand what the hell is going on in this country and how you wouldn't go like, hey, listen, let's just kind of try like really restricting the guns. You can still get them. You can still get them. I mean, again, I've said before, I don't really talk about my personal gun ownership one way or the other. I've never talked about whether I do or don't own guns. But as many of you know, I live in cities, and there's lots of places where it's much more rigorous. You can still do it, but it's much more rigorous. And everyone I know has no problem with that. It should be difficult. There's no problem with that. Let's see what else we got.
Hey, David. Bradley from New York here. I saw a super chatter mentioned McConnell wanting to pass something for gun control. It came out yesterday that he instructed Texas Senator Cornyn to work with Democrats, including Chris Murphy, to pass something.
That would be a big deal if it happened. I just haven't heard that yet. But listen, I mean, pass something. Ryan Bent, the risk with passing something that does nothing is that then they go, hey, we did it. That's it. We're not doing anything else because we did it. That's the risk. Thanks to Ryan Benson for gifting a subscription, and Patrick Darnell just grabbed a subscription on my website as well. That's numbers 138 and 139. Also, thank you to user Beef Goggles. Beef Goggles very powerfully getting a Twitch Prime subscription, which we love. We love Twitch Prime and associated subscriptions. More people continuing to call in about this conference.
Hey, David. I'm watching your live stream right now.
Yeah.
And was looking at the chat and some of the right-wingers in your chat. And I noticed that the right seems to be more upset that we're still talking about this than the fact that it happened.
Yes.
It seems like they seem to care more about their guns than they do the lives of children. And I was curious, and I know...
Yeah, they're open. Listen, they don't want children to die. They're open to saving children as long as it doesn't impact their gun ownership.
This probably sounds mean, but at what point can we just call these people evil sociopaths?
I'm going to leave that to the audience. I don't want to get too involved in that.
Hey, David, it's Eric from Mass. Hey, I agree with you on these cops not going in and everything. Officer Tatum right now is doing a live on where everyone was positioned, why they didn't do it, or whatever. But, I mean, I don't know how many excuses they can have. I have total agreement with you for the first time ever, I think.
Oh, wow. Eric from Mass even. When Eric from Mass is even remotely reasonable, things have gotten pretty crazy. Tesla Driving Vegan has just gotten a Twitch subscription, which we love. Also, thanks to Jason Sickmeyer for gifting another subscription on my website. I really appreciate that. Other super chats coming in. No, we don't have any. Okay, let's see if we can do maybe just one more voicemail here. Trump expected to speak any second.
Hey, David, this is Justin. Just wanted to talk about the whole locked door or single point of entry, which is such a BS argument in the first place. But I just wanted to correct the idea that a single point of entry does not mean a single point of egress.
I have stated that multiple times. Every time I mention, they're talking about exit doors with the push bar. So it's locked from the outside, but you can exit. That I understand that. I've been saying that all along. Okay, it is believed that Donald Trump is the next speaker, although whether he's going to speak immediately, we don't really know. Aiden Murphy says via Super Chat, Ted Cruz says talking about guns is playing politics. By his own standards, would speaking at a gun convention not be political? There's nothing more political than this event. It's impossible to say we shouldn't politicize this issue and then to hold an NRA convention. Wow. Who's speaking next? Oh my God, I have a feeling they're going to bring on some other ranters.
Here they go. In 1992, to serve as a conduit to help support.
Oh God, I can't even do it. I can't even do it. I don't even want to know what they're donating to. It can only be absurd. I can only imagine how insane it is. Let's see what else we've got here as far as the conference goes.
Hey, David. My name is Kenzie. I'm a teacher in the Houston area. I really wanted to go to the NRA protest today, but unfortunately had to work. I just wanted to say thank you for your coverage of all of these events. I am right outside of Santa Fe, so I experienced that firsthand. I had friends who lost siblings in that shooting, and now with this shooting, and there was an active shooter on the campus that I work at. It is very frustrating to be in education right now and to try and tell my students that it's going to be okay when I don't know that it's going to be okay.
Right.
But people like you and your coverage really motivate me to keep fighting the good fight and help my kids realize that there are good people in this world, even if they aren't in power right now.
Wow.
So just a big thank you.
Well,
Bye-bye.
thank you, Kenzie. What a beautiful message. That's a fantastic message. As the evil Wayne LaPierre walks on stage, I really appreciate that voicemail. GWJ says, just spoke with parents about the recent shootings. They seem way more concerned with additional security than actually addressing any of the cultural problems with guns or the access. Yep. It's depressing. It's depressing for sure, without a doubt. It's it's beyond words, quite frankly.
Change out a little bit of teleprompter stuff.
They have to set up Trump's proper teleprompter now before he speaks. Wow. What an absurd situation. Here's another voicemail about this.
Hey, David Patman, this is Kevin from Branson, Missouri. Just want to let you know, I do not agree with the children being killed, but I think, and I do not agree with the teachers having the guns, but I do agree with them being more protective, like trying to teach the kids how to protect themselves more. But yeah, I enjoy your show. I'm enjoying you having live coverage on everything pretty much. And I enjoy you as a host. You're a pretty good host. And just please put this on the air so everybody can hear my point of view.
I did.
I think that I am a Republican at heart, yes. But I do have some theories or stuff. But, I don't know what you think, but do you think that the NRA, when this NRA thing happens, do you think that this is going to be like another January 6th thing where they...
No, it doesn't. It's going on right now, and it doesn't seem like there's a riot outside. I do want to thank you, though, for boldly taking the stance that you're against the kids dying. I think that that's important.
Hey, David. I think the only way to really fix this issue is by arming the school children. I believe by arming a good student with a gun would stop a bad student with a gun.
There you go. Hard to argue with that logic, right? Liz says this school shooting proves again that heroes with guns are not the answer. The Republican Party offer no viable solutions to prevent these issues. Of course they don't. Switzerland has one of the highest rates of gun ownership in the world, but very little gun-related crime in comparison to the U.S. Last mass shooting there was 21 years ago. Radical changes needed to alter the culture. Right. The key differences in Switzerland are much stricter licensing and a drastically different cultural situation where, if I understand correctly, and chat can correct me, actually, maybe I should even gun ownership in Switzerland. My understanding is people don't carry the guns around with them. Let's see here. So there's a number of different... Yeah, there's almost no permits to carry in public concealed. Swiss gun culture is basically based on, it's based on, it's not based on self-defense. Everything is different in Switzerland. I should research it more, but everything is different in Switzerland. And that should surprise us. I think that makes sense. Thank you to Bean Product for the Twitch Prime subscription. You're number 143 today. What's going on now?
Second Amendment. Keep in mind that word's endowment. All that money that you're seeing there, $21 million, is still there. Every year, the ILA harvests 5% out of that, and they spend that to protect somebody somewhere in some state in America.
Oh my God, disgusting. David, I want to say I love what you do. We live in a crazy country, but I believe the good will win. Thanks for inspiring me to stay hopeful. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Vincent. A lot of people in the audience not feeling so hopeful lately. Yeah. Is there any other coupon code available? Yeah, actually, I realized I've been mentioning the Obama coupon code. Obama. But actually, because Trump is speaking, we have the coupon code SAD Trump, which is an even larger discount. If people want to use it, you're free to use it. It's absolutely allowed. No question about it. Nomad Cat says, I just left the protest. People come out of the convention center smiling and laughing. Lots of police protecting them. They don't care. What a vile situation. Thanks to PD Salinas for the Twitch Prime subscription as a hype train kicks off. Also, thanks to Mapachine for the Twitch Prime subscription. You're number 145 today. I really appreciate that.
Thank you again, Larry. Now we'll change out the podium. Teleprompter.
Oh, God. So now they're going to be
following on the Trump rallies. They have a kind of a special protocol they do here as far as the teleprompters and the podium and all that good stuff. So we're going to let.
Remember how Trump criticized Obama for using a teleprompter? And Trump actually, not only, he has a specific teleprompter that he uses. He can't use just any teleprompter. Thanks to Sharpie Diesel and Blueberry Babe for the Twitch Prime subscriptions, numbers 146 and 147 today. Also want to say thanks to Kevin Gouldy for gifting a subscription on my website. You're number 148. Listen, guys, when it comes to coupon codes, I want you to know that you have choices. One option is, as you can see on your screen, a MyPillow coupon code. As you can see, the promo codes give you significant discounts. That's one option, the pillow codes. The other option are codes at joinpacman.com. Now, I don't have to tell you which I think is preferable. You can be the judge. But if you want moccasins from Pillow, you can use a coupon code on his website. Or you can use the coupon code SAD Trump or Obama at joinpacman.com. That's really up to you to decide. But we are aware that this is not your only choice when it comes to coupon codes. There are many, many choices, of course.
Hey, David, this is kind of a message for your viewers, but I live in Canada, probably in one of the most right-wing places in Canada, and we do not have mass shootings like this.
Right.
It just doesn't happen.
I know.
I don't know if people are unwilling to, look at other countries, but if this helps them at all, this just doesn't happen in Canada, and otherwise, we're not that different from the U.S.
Right, you're just people. Yeah, what a nice, I like that. By the way, this doesn't happen here, but we're not that different. We don't have mass shootings. Austin asks, are guns classified as machines? Would they be impacted by the class action lawsuit? That's a good question. Imagine if Mike Pillow's lawsuit did something about guns.
We're doing a class action lawsuit against all machines.
That's genuinely something to look into. I don't know.
Hey, David. Love the coverage, man. My wife and I are pretty upset about what's been happening. She's been crying for a couple days now. I just want to say I'm super grateful to be able to homeschool my own children because I couldn't imagine sending them to school right now with what's going on. All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a big homeschooling guy in the sense of, I mean, first of all, in the United States, 70+% of homeschooling is done because right-wing Christians don't want their kids exposed to what happens in like normal schools, so they homeschool. So, but that's more circumstantial. But also, I do think it's tougher as far as homeschooling goes to have kind of like your typical socialization. But I would understand in this case being like, I don't want it. It's much less likely that there's a school shooting at my home, than at a school. I understand what parents are saying. It's a crazy situation. Here in Switzerland, you can't carry guns in public unless you have a very good reason, like security, and the heavier guns, you need more checks. Well said. Well said. Thanks to DJ White Rabbit for the Twitch Prime subscription. You're number 149, and very excited to announce new member 150 today. Adam Gingrich just signed up on our website and is new member number 150. Also want to say thanks to Ernest Gray, who is new member 151, and a bunch of gifts. Marjorie Milner, Michael Doctor, Jason Sickmeyer, Adam Gingrich, and Adam Gingrich gifting another one puts us at 156. Really appreciate that. Let me put those in queue so that people will get their free memberships. In America, says Michael, we have a problem that encompasses poverty, mental health, and access to guns. It's a lot of things. No question whatsoever. It is many, many things. Voicemails keep coming in.
David Packman, Pennsylvania. I have a way we can help the students in school shootings. Instead of giving them computers and calculators and books and pencils, we should give all students bulletproof vests.
There you go.
That should help.
Yeah. No, and what's fascinating about that is there's people who were like, oh, a mask is psychologically destroying my kid. Let's solve this by sending them to school with ballistic blankets and bulletproof backpacks. Oh, but the mask, it was so disturbing to them to wear the mask. It's shocking. It's shocking.
Hey, David. So when do you think they're going to start doing gun safety and training for education majors? You know, so it's like, oh, I want to be a math
Well, that's the thing. If you want to teach, you'll have to, I guess now you've got to go to gun school.
teacher, but you have to have at least 3 credit hours of gun safety and knowing how to operate an automatic weapon, and also knowing how to disable someone who has one. All right, David, thanks.
Yeah, it's completely and totally absurd. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's an insane proposition. The background color at the podium is orange. Trump will blend in and we won't have to see his ugly mug. Arming teachers seems like another good way to drive competent educators out of the public education system. Also, machine lawsuit might take down Trump's special teleprompter.
We're doing a class action lawsuit against all machines.
The Stoneman Douglas High School shooting, says Liz, also wasn't stopped by the armed security guard on site. No armed heroes can be counted on. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole other issue we're dealing with. Julia says, I'm from Denmark. In comparison, there are fewer than 1,500 homicides by gunshot in all of the EU each year. Population 750 million. Think about that. It's disturbing to think about. Pierre says, the good guy with a gun thing is such a farce. If I saw a guy with a gun at a grocery store, my initial instinct wouldn't be, oh, good, I feel safe. Not to mention, if you've got a bad guy with a gun at the grocery store, spotted by a good guy with a gun, now you've got 2 guys with guns. When police show up, they immediately have to know which one is the good guy. How do you know when there's 2 people with guns pointed at each other? It just doesn't even pass the sniff test. Thanks to Julianne Vered, as well as Hanny Hallen, both of whom signed up on my website, and Sonic Mole Chaser, using the coupon code OBAMNA. New members 157, 158, and 159. Also, thanks to Adam Gingrich gifting another subscription, and that's number 160 today. If gun control isn't the answer for Republicans, says Doug, why haven't they started locking doors and guarding schools in their states? It's always their answer, yet they haven't actually done anything. For a bulletproof vest to stop a rifle, bullets, it would have to be a hard plate like steel. My vest weighs 30 pounds. The soft vests won't help. That may be true. I haven't even gotten that far with the idea. Is Pillow only going after compound machines or even simple machines like the pulley and inclined plane? I guess the lawsuit also applies to levers or cantilevers as well. Is it pronounced cantilever or cantilever? I think I've heard it both ways.
We're doing a class action lawsuit against all machines.
Yeah. My espresso machine has been relegated to legal hell thanks to the lawsuit against all machines. Regarding your good guy with a gun versus bad guy with a gun comment, this happened in Alabama. Good guy with a gun happened to be black, was shot dead. Oh, I've not heard of that. That's insane if true. Thanks to Adam for the $50 super chat. Conservatives want us to live in the wild, wild west. Yeah. Here's Wayne LaPierre, soon to introduce President Trump, I assume. Thanks to Parrot, Trikiller, Eric, and Mokabti for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. Puts us at 163. I really appreciate that. And so many people supporting what has ended up being a very long stream. Not particularly wide, but very, very long. That's for sure. In your opinion, what took the police so long to get to the classroom? It's not a matter of opinion. There is a truth to it. And I don't have the full answer right now. A lot of things have been alleged, but I don't have the truth right now. My partner's a special ed teacher and is leaving the classroom for remote counseling, in large part out of fear of these events. Yeah. When good guys and bad guys all start shooting at each other in a confined space, innocent people will be caught in the crossfire, of course. Sir, can we start asking Rafael Cruz and others who's going to pay for it, since their proposals seem to be hardening doors, schools, and kids as policy? One proposal was to take COVID funds and use them. Pretty nuts. The Republican policy on preventing gun violence is literally the definition of insanity. More guns is not the answer and never has been. Of course it hasn't. Liz is on fire with the super chats today, I have to say. Let's see here. What else do we have? Oh, voicemails continue to pour in.
Hello there. You know, with all the talk about arming teachers and arming school administrators and school faculty, perhaps janitors and computer programming teachers and chess teachers, I'm thinking, why don't we just turn schools across the country into impenetrable fortresses?
Yeah.
With reinforced concrete walls, battlements, iron gates, barbed wire.
Just make them prisons, you know. All right, here's Trump. Let's listen to what he's going to have to say. Oh, God. Thanks to Blueberry Babe for one more gifted subscription on Twitch. Also, thanks to Andrew AVR Drums for gifting 2 more, which we will give away in the next couple of days, putting us at 166. Is there anything more disgusting than Trump's presence here? Well, yeah. Probably what he's about to say. Thanks for Rhinodactyl for the Twitch Prime subscription. Appreciate that. Let's go for 200. Well, why not? I think we're a stone's throw away, at least as far as I can throw a stone. Look at this guy. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is turning into a cringe stream with the arrival of Mango Mussolini for sure. The Orange Orifice, as maybe we will more commonly refer to him. Do you think lowering the voting age to 16 would help get gun control passed? I'd have to think about it. It's a little awkward that now he's just standing with the song playing. I mean, I think maybe they should cut it. I don't know. Why arm the teachers when we can give good students guns? That's not a bad idea, Preston. Maybe that's the way to go about it, yeah. This is sickening.
Thank you, everybody.
I'm with everybody. This is absolutely vile.
We've endorsed JP, right? JD Mandel.
Thank you, Wayne, and thank you, Jason. I'm honored to be here in the great state of Texas with the wonderful patriots of the NRA. And unlike some, I didn't disappoint you by not showing up.
Wow. Yeah, people were really clamoring for Greg Abbott, huh?
More than 150 years, the NRA has stood strong.
Greg Abbott's literally dealing with a mass shooting, dealing with it terribly, I should mention. And Trump criticizes that he bailed.
And our sacred liberties as Americans. And together we're going to be standing strong and tall for many, many years to come. I really do appreciate this incredible turnout. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to each and every one of...
Yeah, just real quick, Charlie makes a good point. If people need mercy bans because this is too nauseating, you can ask the moderators and they'll give you a mercy ban if you need it.
I just heard him. He made a wonderful speech. Ted Cruz, Senator, where are you? Thank you very much. Ted, thank you very much. Great job. Governor Christie Gnome is here. Christie, thank you. Christie, doing a fantastic job. In North Carolina, this is a hot politician. He's a hot politician. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. I don't know where you are, Mark. I don't know where Mark is, but he is fantastic. We just had a very good day, as you know, in North Carolina.
Great day. Yeah.
As we gather this week, citizens across this state and across this nation are filled with grief in the wake of the heinous massacre of Robb Elementary School in Uvalde.
Uvalde.
You know, all about that, and what a horrible, horrible thing it was to see it, to watch it, to hear about it. The terrible murder of 19 innocent children and 2 adult teachers, with many badly injured, was a savage and barbaric atrocity that shocks the conscience of every single American. So horrible. I want to ask for a brief moment of silence as I read the names of these beautiful people, all young, wonderful lives ahead of them. They're brave teachers whose lives...
This is some of the worst pandering I've ever seen.
...of control, lunatic. So we'll start. Alexandria Rubio.
Oh, this is risky.
Aletha Ramirez. Amory Garza.
It's a literal gong show.
Guadalupe Rodriguez. Eliana Cruz Torres. Ellie Garcia. Jacqueline Cazares. Jayla Nicole Silguro.
Oh my God.
Jace Lovarnos.
Oh God.
Jose Flores. Leila Salazar.
Trump can't read names.
Swami Vive Kamunand. Maitai Rodriguez. Miranda Mathis. Nevea Bravo, Rogelio Torres,
Oh my God.
Tess Marie Mata, Ozia Garcia, Javier Lopez, two great and beautiful, brilliant teachers, Eva Morales, Irma
God.
Garcia.
The timing. There was just like a random one there. And this is like when Trump tried to say the names of Indian athletes.
Sachin Tendulkar, Virat Kohli, Swami Vivekananda. It's an incomprehensible loss.
God.
Literally not comprehensible. Stolen from us by a malice that no words can describe. Sickness. The monster who committed this crime is pure evil, pure cruelty, pure hatred, absolute pure hatred. And while those he slaughtered are now with God in heaven, he will be eternally damned to burn in the fires of hell.
Oh my God. The crowd wasn't sure if the hell line was an applause line.
As we mourn for so many beautiful victims, I know that everyone here joins me in praying for the families who are suddenly missing the brightest light in their lives. We see their agony. We ask God to ease their suffering and to heal their pain, and together we grieve side by side.
I would respect him so much if he was like, hey, you know what? It's not going to help. The same way that the prayer didn't help to prevent the shooting, it's not going to help. We've actually got to do something.
Set on the horrible day of tragedy, we witnessed a now familiar parade of cynical politicians seeking to exploit the tears of sobbing families to increase their own power and take away our constitutional rights. Every time a disturbed or demented person commits such a hideous crime, there's always a grotesque effort by some in our society to use the suffering of others to advance their own extreme political agenda.
Like Trump.
Even more repulsive is their rush to shift blame away from the villains who commit acts of mass violence.
Here we go.
And to place that blame onto the shoulders of millions of peaceful, law-abiding citizens who belong to organizations such as our wonderful NRA. When Joe Biden blamed the gun lobby, he was talking about Americans like you. And along with countless other Democrats this week, he was shamefully suggesting that Republicans are somehow okay with letting school shootings happen. They're not okay with it. This rhetoric is highly divisive and dangerous, and most importantly, it's wrong. It has no place in our politics. As always, in the wake of these tragedies, the various gun control policies being pushed by the left would have done nothing to prevent the horror that took place. Absolutely nothing.
Untrue. 4 or 5 of my 10 proposals would have directly impacted what happened 3-4 days ago.
By a contagion of school shootings carried out by deeply evil, violent, and mentally disturbed young men. While we don't yet know enough about this week's killing, we know there are many things we must do. We need to drastically change our approach to mental health. There are always so many warning signs. Almost all of these disfigured minds share the same profile. When people see something, whether on social media or in school, they need to say something. Teachers, parents, school officials, and community members need to be recognizing and addressing these alarm bells promptly and very, very aggressively. And our school discipline systems, instead of making excuses and continually turning a blind eye, need to confront bad behavior head on and quickly.
Yeah.
And clearly we need to make it far easier to confine the violent and mentally deranged into mental institutions.
Oh my God.
We have also, very importantly, got to deal with the problem of broken families because no law can cure the effects of a broken home. There is no substitute for a strong mom and a great dad.
Is that homophobic, you guys think? Like, is he being subtly homophobic with that?
But while we work to address these deep, complicated issues and deal with this scourge, all of us must unite, Republican and Democrat, in every state and at every level of government, to finally harden our schools and protect our children. What we need now is a top-to-bottom security overhaul at schools all across our country. Every building should have a single point of entry.
Yep. So they've just decided this is our talking point this time around.
Fencing, metal detectors, and the use of new technology to make sure that no unauthorized individual can ever enter the school with a weapon. No one should ever be able to get anywhere near a classroom until they have been checked, scanned, screened, and fully approved.
All right, so yeah, just like a prison or airport, yeah.
So important. In addition, classroom doors should be hardened to make them lockable from the inside and closed to intruders from the outside. And above all, from this day forward, every school in America should have a police officer or an armed resource officer on duty at all times.
Right, more guns, guys.
Moreover, at every police department in America, we need a rigorous training on active shooter protocols to immediately locate and eliminate the target. Took too long. And we need to expand funding, recruiting, and training for police departments nationwide. This is not a matter of money. This is a matter of will. If the United States has $40 billion to send to Ukraine, we should be able to do whatever it takes to keep our children safe at home.
There you go. Yeah, we should. I mean, just let Putin take whatever he wants, I guess, huh? Just throwing that in there.
That's true. We spent trillions in Iraq, trillions in Afghanistan. We got nothing. Before we nation build the rest of the world, we should be building safe schools for our own children in our own nation, right? Last year alone, Biden and congressional Democrats sent $122 billion in so-called COVID relief funds to K through 12 schools, even while they were keeping many of our schools totally shut down. No doubt severely worsening the mental health challenge of many youth. I mean, many of these young people really suffered very greatly. They became very ill. They may have been ill to start, but they became very, very ill. Congress should vote immediately to take back every penny of unused COVID relief money, take it back from the states, and use that money to quickly establish impenetrable security at every school all across our land.
The vocabulary in this speech is way too complicated for Trump.
As many have noted, inner city schools rarely have these kinds of mass shootings. I didn't know that until just recently. Think of that. They rarely have this problem, despite being located in very tough neighborhoods in many cases where there's tremendous levels of high crime and violence. They're much more dangerous outside the school than inside. The reason is that for decades, inner city schools have had much stronger security measures in place in the school itself.
That's only true very anecdotally.
And yes, armed guards. They had guns. Armed guards. Whatever our differences may be on other issues, what on earth is stopping Democrats from immediately passing measures to ramp up school security?
This school had an armed guard. I guess the guy was like away at the time.
How many more tragedies will it take until they agree to set aside their far-left political agenda and do what is really needed and what actually works? This is not about virtue cycling and signing. This is about blaming your enemies. No, we don't want to.
They put virtue signaling on his prompter. He doesn't know what it is. He called it virtue cycling.
Want to do. Surely we can all agree.
It's not roller skating or skateboarding either.
The softest target, our school should be the single hardest target in our country. And that's why, as part of a comprehensive school safety plan, it's time to finally allow highly trained teachers to safely and discreetly concealed carry. Let them concealed carry.
Disastrous idea.
And again, they have to be able to handle it. They have to be highly trained, all of those things, but let them do that. It would be so much better and so much more effective, even from a cost standpoint. Because there is no sign more inviting to a mass killer than a sign that declares a gun-free zone. Most dangerous place. I know it sounds good, and it really does. Doesn't it sound wonderful? But it's not. And statistically, it's a total disaster. Gun-free zone, they look at that sign and they say, that's where I'm going. We cannot have that, because if somebody goes into that building, all of those innocent people will be taken out, will be killed.
I get the sense that Trump doesn't even believe any of this stuff. He's just reading what's been written for him.
The way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Have you ever heard that? No, you've never heard that. And in the absence of a member of law enforcement, there is no one you would rather have nearby when a crisis strikes than an armed, expertly trained member of the NRA.
Remember that most gun owners are not NRA members.
Let's not pretend that those on the left are just talking about limiting one class of gun or one category of ammunition. You know they're not doing that. We all know they want total gun confiscation. Know that. This would be a first step. Once they get the first step, they'll take the second step, the third, the fourth, and then you'll have a whole different look at the Second Amendment, which is, by the way, totally under siege. But we stopped it for 4 years. We stopped it, and you've got to stop it.
Whatever.
You've got to stop it. But even if every decent and honest American gave up their guns, the criminals would never give up theirs, and they never will. They're never going to give up theirs. They would wreak havoc like never before in our country. The fact is, there will always be sick and demonic souls who wish to harm the innocent and see malice triumph over good. Going to have that. But the existence of evil in our world is not a reason to disarm law-abiding citizens who know how to use their weapon and can protect a lot of people. The existence of evil is one of the very best reasons to arm law-abiding citizens.
Trump always sort of seems to have only a very loose relationship with the speech he's reading, but he seems particularly disconnected from what he's reading here.
American men and women with the knowledge and tools they need to defend themselves, their families, and their communities. Have to defend their communities and their families. Every single year, the NRA's 125,000 certified instructors, these are highly trained, very, very capable people. They train an incredible 1 million Americans to be safer gun owners, ready to act when the situation calls. An incredible job. And every day, that training is protecting the vulnerable and safeguarding the innocent. An estimated 500,000 to 2.5 million Americans each year use a firearm in self-defense, the vast majority without ever even having to fire a shot. Oftentimes, they know you have it, and they say, no, thank you. We're not gonna mess with her. In addition, according to newly released data from the FBI, last year there were not one, not two, not three, but 4 active shooters who were taken out by an armed civilian bravely exercising their Second Amendment rights.
4. Wow. And how many mass shootings were there?
That is what the Second Amendment is all about. We're honored to be joined today by a true Texas hero. The Sunday after Christmas in 2019, veteran firearms instructor Jack Wilson was attending services at the West Freeway Church of Christ outside of Fort Worth. He saw a strange man enter the church, and after that, Jack never took his eyes off him, would not leave him. He knew something was wrong, right up until the man approached the person serving communion and pulled out a gun. Thankfully, after Texas passed a law allowing concealed carry in places of worship, Jack had volunteered to lead his church's citizens.
There were 693 mass shootings last year, and they have these 4 instances. Wow.
Pulled out their firearms very quickly, very professionally. The shooter gunned down Jack's team member and then turned and killed the man serving Holy Communion. Amid the chaos, Jack had only an instant to take aim. He saw his chance and took out the shooter with a single perfect shot. Incredible. Come on up here, Joe.
This is the worst of everything in the world.
Jack. Stay right there, Jack. Thanks to Jack's sharp eye and swift action, the shooter was down within 6 seconds out from pulling his gun. Think of that, 6 seconds. And with more than 240 worshipers in the church, which perhaps all would be gone right now, Jack had saved the lives of an untold number of innocent people that he knew very well and he loved. Jack, we want to thank you for a job well done. We salute you, a true professional, a really great man. Jack, say a few words, Jack.
Oh, boy. Dear God.
Thank each and every one of you. Again, thank you, President Trump, and you're still my president.
It's a cult. Yep. Wow, what a sick event, huh?
What I did that day was not for my glory. It was to save countless friends and family in that setting. I hope you're never put in that position, but understand if you are put in that position, you have to make that decision to do what is right. Not what somebody says, well, you shouldn't do that. No. I did not kill a human being that day. I took out evil.
Wow, this is worse than even I expected.
Happened in Uvalde this week. That was evil. We have to deal with evil at all levels. You have to stand up and be prepared to protect.
Yeah.
And
Also, if the guy didn't have his rifles, nothing would have happened.
In this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. And as Jack's story reminds us, defending our Second Amendment is about defending law, order, and life. We know that. As law and order conservatives, we have no higher goal than to reduce violent crime by the greatest degree.
Dude, you're at an event where the highest goal is selling guns.
What is required? Over the past 2 years, our nation has paid a horrifically bloody price for the Democrats' defund the police rhetoric and their weak on crime policies. We have paid a big price. In every city where the left attacked the police, slashing funding, or hired radical prosecutors, violent crime has skyrocketed. Last year, 12 major cities hit all-time highs. This is the history of our country, all-time highs in record homicides. And this year is looking far, far worse, not even close. In Democrat-run Sacramento last year, a man with a long criminal history was released from jail on zero bail and wished that he would never have been put in jail. That was his wish. Weeks later, he broke into an innocent woman's home, sexually assaulted her, murdered her, killed her 2 dogs, and set her house on fire. This past February in New York, another horrible person with at least 6 prior arrests was released without bail before going on a stalking tour.
I'm glad they're not making any of this stuff political.
Went into her apartment, stabbing her to death and leaving her body in the bathtub. And recently in Philadelphia, a thug murdered an innocent man walking his dog 2 weeks after being released on armed kidnapping and assault charges, where he badly hurt a number of people. The very same Democrat politicians who stoked riots over a single police-involved killing 2 years.
It was just one killing, guys. They only killed George Floyd. Come on.
Policies, but we cannot let that happen. Big city mayors like Lori Lightfoot in Chicago, Muriel Bowser in Washington, Jim Kenney in Philadelphia watched the slaughter.
Hey, for this person saying, why am I not showing the protests? We literally did 2 hours of the protests, and now we're doing the Trump speech.
Proper approach to policing, prosecuting, and jailing, we could cut violent crime in our major cities by much more than half, and it would take place almost immediately. Under the greatest mayor in the history of New York, Rudy Giuliani, they cut violent crime by 58%.
Imagine cheering for Giuliani in 2022.
Virtue cycling, a few years, and then it got better than that. And under our own administration, we significantly reduced violent crime 3 years in a row. We resurrected Project Safe Neighborhoods, bringing together prosecutors, police, sheriffs, and citizen groups to get dangerous felons off the streets and off the streets rapidly. We funded 200 new violent crime prosecutors. With Operation Legend, we surged hundreds and hundreds of federal law enforcement officers to Democrat-run cities that you've heard so many horrible things about, to put violent offenders behind bars where they belong. When they started knocking down statues in Washington, D.C. and other locations, I watched this in amazement. Lincoln, Jefferson, Washington, knocking them down. And I immediately signed an executive order which stated that anybody even lightly defaces a federal monument or statue will get a minimum of 10 years in prison, 10 years. And immediately upon signing it, everything stopped. Do you ever notice that? It all stopped. There was nothing. Didn't happen. Amazing, isn't it? I felt I had a political and moral obligation to allow Democrat mayors and governors to run their cities and states when it came to crime and riots and even horrible violence. In my own mind, I was allowing the Democrats to show how they would handle the situation. And when it got out of control, I got involved. I got our government energized. I called the National Guard and federal law enforcement, and we saved the cities of Minneapolis, Kenosha, Seattle, Chicago, and even Portland during some very, very bad times in those places. But then they wander back to the past. But if I ever do it again, namely run for president and win, I would no longer feel obligated to do it that way.
Right.
I would crack down on violent crime like never before.
This time he would do it.
Which is the way I would have liked to have done it the first time, but in a certain way, I'm glad I didn't. The easiest, simplest, most straightforward thing we can do to save thousands of American lives from violence is to hire more police, arrest more violent criminals, give them speedy trials, and get them into jail.
That one didn't include guns, so the crowd wasn't as big on it.
Seen what the Democrats do when they're left to run the cities. So now it has to be done right. Over time, that will save tens of thousands of lives and billions of dollars. Never forget, the same people that are lecturing us about gun confiscation are the ones who are also taking cops off the street and letting criminals out of jail, knowing that it will get tens of thousands of Americans killed, and killed rather quickly, unfortunately. You really wonder, do the Democrats even care? Now, the radical left Democrats are continuing to push to abolish cash bail and to strip our police officers of their qualified immunity. Just this week, the Biden administration announced new policies threatening to hold law enforcement officers liable not only for their misconduct, but even for the misconduct of other officers, a totally destructive policy that will only make our communities less safe. What officer is going to get involved if they think they can lose everything, their family, their pension, everything? It's crazy what's going on. Yeah. Not even thinkable. If Democrats truly care about stopping the bloodshed in America, the Biden administration's war on police must end, and it must end right now. We will no longer defund.
It's weird to make that case when the police seem to have so brutally bungled what happened earlier this week in Texas.
We will no longer... I knew it had to happen. Who is that man? Stand up, please.
Is that a heckler?
Had to happen. We will no longer defund the police, and we will no longer even mention defunding of the police. We will never mention it again.
Oh, they said F. Biden?
Great American heroes. And if allowed to do their job, they will do it like nobody else can. All of those crime statistics will be cut so in such a big way. You'll be so proud. You'll be so proud to be an American when you see in Chicago, 80 people shot, sometimes in a weekend, and many people dying. That's a war zone. When you see what's happening in other cities, it's just incredible. So you'll be proud to be in America.
Trump's getting to the dripping wet portion of the speech.
We should pass legislation strengthening qualified immunity for our police officers. We have to do that.
You don't need to do that.
Who would ever take a job without that? Think of it. Who would ever take a job? You ruin your life, have one bad story that may be made up, because a lot of the stories are made up. One bad made up story.
You kill one person as a cop, they never let you be a cop again. That's not fair.
Protect us, and we must do our duty to protect them. Have to do it. Earlier this week, the law enforcement officer who stopped the Texas shooter's rampage was reportedly a member of the group Joe Biden has most viciously betrayed.
Wait a second. Are they going to pretend the police response was good on Tuesday?
Brave. Every day, our amazing Border Patrol agents and ICE officers are risking their lives to keep our communities safe. And when we regain control of Congress, we must do that. Please remember that. We can stop socialism and communism at one time. Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh, my God.
We will once again give these great patriots the authority, the resources, and the respect they need and dearly deserve. They need this. They have to have it, but we need it. We need it more than they do. There can be no doubt that the crime crisis is fueled in part by the Biden border crisis. Numbers of people coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before, probably that no country has ever seen before. When I left office, we handed the new administration the most secure, by far, border in the history of the United States. We ended catch and release. We ended asylum fraud. We struck historic agreements with Mexico. Stay in Mexico. Is that a nice sounding agreement? That is stay in Mexico.
Mexico.
Biden immediately terminated stay in Mexico along with pipelines and every other thing. And now, congratulations, gasoline just hit in a lot of places today, $9.25.
Is that true? That can't be true.
We deported illegal alien gang members by the thousands, and we built nearly 500 miles of great, beautiful new border wall, the exact same specifications that the Border Patrol gave us. We got it built, and then we started building more. We're going to add another 200. We were almost finished with that. And then, lo and behold, they came in with a very bad election, very bad, to put it mildly. They came in with a bad election, and they stopped building the border wall. And when Texas went to them and wanted to use the fencing that was already bought and paid for and sitting there waiting.
It's kind of seeming like the NRA is more than just a gun rights organization. It seems that their members are big lie supporters, conspiracy theorists. It basically seems like part of the Trump cult.
Nightmare of all time, and you are paying a very high price for that right here in Texas. You're paying a very high price. We had the greatest border, the most secure border in this country, in our country's history. Under Biden, it's always America last, one globalist sellout after another. It's America last. It's even reported that the Biden administration is considering putting UN bureaucrats in charge of your Second Amendment rights. Just like I'm sure that most of you haven't heard this, but you know I terminated the Iran nuclear deal because it was a disaster. They want to go back into it. You know who's negotiating for us? Russia and China. How's that going to work out? You think that's...
This is super relevant to the NRA, huh?
Imagine Russia and China saying, do you believe this? He wants us to negotiate the deal for him. This is a sad day. This is one of the saddest times for our country that I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's not even talking about the shooting.
To re-enter the ridiculous UN Arms Trade Treaty and pursuing a UN ban on lead ammunition. You know that, because it's not environmentally friendly. Is there a substitute for lead? You people are better at this than me. Wayne, where's Jason? Is there a substitute? They want to get rid of lead because it's environmentally unfriendly. The last time I appeared at this NRA leadership forum, I stood before you and I proudly signed a document revoking America's signature from the globalist UN disaster.
What?
Under my leadership, we never surrenders American sovereignty. We would never surrender American sovereignty. And we always put America first.
Okay.
I remember in the early weeks of the Biden administration,
Globalist.
Biden said, we're not going to stand for America first. Now, even if you didn't agree with our policy, you can't say that. It is a great name, isn't it, America First? The only thing better might be Ultra MAGA. They gave us a great name. But compare that, all of the things we talk about, we see, we feel, and many of the things we don't talk about, compare that with how great America was just 2 years ago.
Right.
Think of it. There was no inflation.
Things were so great then. Remember what was going on 2 years ago?
It would never, ever have happened. Would have never happened. I spoke to Putin about it. Would have never, ever happened. He knew the consequences. He would have never done it. In fact, he didn't do it. Sleepy Eyes chucked out on Meet the Fake Press. You ever hear of Meet the Fake Press or Deface the Nation, those shows? Ladies and gentlemen, it's President Donald Trump on Deface the Nation.
He seems like he's on downers.
But he was saying to Blinken, I believe, he said, how come this never happened with Trump? Don't forget, Georgia was given up by Bush. Hate to say it. Georgia was given up by Bush. Crimea was given up by Obama and Biden.
Obama.
Biden's name in that, if you don't mind. Nothing was given up by Trump. And then all of Ukraine, essentially, was given up by Biden, because what do they have left? You know, with all the shooting, all the rockets, every city is being leveled. What are they going to have? There's no win here for anybody. There's no win. This should have never been allowed to start. It would have 100% never started if we didn't have a rigged election. Would have.
This is genuinely bonkers.
We had $1.87 per gallon gasoline. Think of that, $1.87. Energy independence, and soon we were going to have energy dominance. We were going to be bigger than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined by a lot. We were on the way, going to be very, very soon. We were leaving Afghanistan with dignity and strength, not surrendered death, and leaving $85 billion worth of beautiful, brand new equipment, giving it to the enemy. You know, they're a tremendous arms dealer right now. They're selling most of it, because how much do they need? They don't need that. So they're selling it. They're the biggest arms dealer in many ways, I understand. On many of the charts, they are number one. Think of it, $85 billion worth of brand new stuff, helicopters, planes, goggles.
Imagine talking to the NRA about this.
Thing. We had completely, I believe that was the lowest point in the history of our country, the way we got, I was the one that got it down to 2,000 soldiers, but we were going to keep Bagram. Bagram is this great air base that was built many years ago at a cost of billions and billions, but we weren't keeping it for Afghanistan. We're keeping it because it's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons.
Now
and we
he's
left
just
in
rambling.
one night. Everybody was gone. They left the lights on. Think of it. The lights were all left on. The dogs were left behind, by the way, for
The
those people
dogs.
that like dogs. The noise causes cancer. You know that. They don't like dogs. They don't like them at all. But think of it, just think of it. Billions and billions of dollars it took to build it years ago. And now China is going to occupy it very shortly. It's
China.
gone already.
China.
We had a completely rebuilt military with the
China
addition
all
of
the
Space
time.
Force. First time in 78
China.
years that's happened after Air Force. We had the Air Force was the last, and now we have Space Force. And that's going to prove to be a very important group of people, and that's exactly what it's going to be. You know, they smiled when they saw it. They came in. You saw that.
Their guns don't work in space. Don't talk to the NRA about Space Force. They don't care.
You saw that, right? And she said, Space Force, and she started laughing. And the military just excoriated her. There was nothing funny about it. And now everybody's admitting it was so important because Russia and China were way ahead of us in space, but they're not anymore. We had the biggest tax cuts and regulation cuts ever, the history of our country. And we had historic job numbers, 164 million people, and so much more. We did so much more. Even right to try, you know what that is? You're terminally ill. We gave a person the right to try new techniques, new things, new medicines. And many, many people are now alive and well because of right to try. They didn't have to go to Asia. They didn't have to go to Europe, all over the world, or go home if they had no money. And
Asia.
Right to try. They've been trying to get it for 56 years, and we got it done. Passed, actually. We got it passed. Not as easy as you think. Sounds easy, but the drug companies didn't want it because they didn't want it on their record. The country didn't want it because they didn't want to get sued. Many different things. We got everybody to sign waivers, and we have it now, and we're saving thousands of lives. It's incredible what's happened. And what it is doing is telling the drug companies, frankly, upfront and personal, whether or not something works, right? So it's
I might even bail on this. I mean, it's going nowhere.
the earliest endorsement in the entire history of the NRA. I tell you what, that was a very important thing.
What the hell is he talking about?
It was like getting into a great college. You say, boy, that feels good. Everybody wanted it. Don't forget, we had a total of 18 people running. And your leadership, and which I very much appreciated.
Big, massive
Wayne
dumps.
And everybody else, they said, we really like Trump. And that was before we were very much enmeshed in the campaign. People weren't sure how that was going to work out, but I can tell you it worked out very well for the NRA. So we appreciated it. We appreciated the endorsement very much.
Okay.
And we got it the second time, too. We got 12 million more votes the second time. How about that? Somebody said, how did you do the second time compared to the first? Well, we did much better the second time, which is true.
Yeah. There was record turnout. Both candidates got a lot of votes.
Second time that we did the first, but we got two of them, and if we do this again, we hope we're going to get a third. Okay, that I can tell you.
Is that legal?
Thank you to the leadership. Thank you. And as your president, I was proud to be the best friend that law-abiding gun owners have ever had in the White House, and we've been given that credential. Over 4 incredible years, we appointed nearly 300 federal judges to interpret the laws and the Constitution as written, including 3 great new Supreme Court justices. When the radical Democrats tried to use COVID to shut down gun stores during the pandemic, even as left-wing rioters burned down cities, I designated gun and ammunition retailers as critical infrastructure, kept those stores open.
There you go.
I canceled the Obama administration's exploitation of Social Security data to deny Americans their gun rights without due process of law, which was a big deal at the time. We ended Obama's enormous abuse of power known as Operation Choke Point, under which government bureaucrats pressured banks to cut off services to firearms and the firearms industry. And we are optimistic that in the weeks to come, the Supreme Court will issue landmark rulings affirming that your rights to self-defense does not end when you step outside of your front door. And I think very importantly, as president, I stood up for America's hunters and fishers and sportsmen like no administration since Teddy Roosevelt. He was good also, I will say. We expanded access to 1.4 million acres of public lands for hunting, fishing.
Sportsmen, come on.
The American people their land back. It was taken away by government. And we stopped the Obama-era regulatory assaults on hunting, trapping, ammunition, and fishing gear. Everyone here today is united by one incredibly powerful bond. We're all citizens of the United States of America, the greatest country in the history of the world. But we're not so great anymore. We're going to make it great. We're going to make it greater than ever again. Greater than ever again. Right now, we're not respected by other parts of the world, the leaders of the world. We're not.
Remember that that's completely untrue. Respect for the United States around the world has increased since Trump left and Joe Biden came in. You can disagree with what they've done, but that's what is the truth.
The head of the Taliban and some of the fake news that is here today with us. Pleasure. Why is he speaking to the Taliban? Why?
Will he mention Abdul?
When they asked Jesse James, why do you rob banks? He said, because that's where the money is, right? Why do I speak to the Taliban? And I did. I spoke to Abdul, who's still the leader of the Taliban. I said, it's a very nice way. Don't ever kill any of our people. 18 months we went without one American soldier being killed until that tragic, tragic day. And I think that's actually what convinced Putin to go into Ukraine when he saw what was happening, when he saw the gross incompetence of what took place during that short period of time in Afghanistan. I think that's when he decided to go in, but he would have never done it. It's our citizenship that protects our birthright, our freedoms that belong to every American of every race, religion, color, and creed. No matter who we are or what our background in America is, we have the right to freedom of speech. We have the right to freedom of assembly, freedom of association, free and fair elections, and we have the right to very, very strong and powerful borders. I used to say, without borders, we don't have a country. Now I say, without borders and proper elections, we don't have a country.
Sure.
We have a right to religious liberty. We have a right to the full, fair, and impartial rule of law. But also, we can never forget that we have a right to our Second Amendment, which is under siege, but we will prevail. We will prevail. As our Bill of Rights says in those clear and immortal words, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. We've endorsed JP, right? In times of hardship, crisis, and turmoil, these core American freedoms have always been attacked by those who wish to turn citizens into subjects and take more power for themselves. But thankfully, our nation has always been blessed with Americans like you. You're incredible Americans in this room. Patriots who know that our rights are given up if we let somebody do the wrong thing. It's very simple. It's very precious. But we live by the hand of Almighty God, and that no government can ever be taken away from us. More than 150 years ago, the NRA was born out of the idea that ordinary citizens should be prepared to defend these incredible liberties. And throughout the generations, that is exactly what Americans have done. Over the decades, tens of millions of people, moms and dads, grandfathers and grandmothers, farmers and factory workers, nurses and teachers, soldiers and lawmen have been proud, and you know this, they have been so proud. I see it all the time. People show me their card. Here it is. They've been very proud card-carrying members of the NRA. Sir, I have my NRA card. I say, okay,
Sure,
good.
sure,
What
sure,
else do you do?
sure.
You got a lot of people out there. He has his Trump card. Thank you very much. You got a lot of people out there with that card. It's very important. And during that time, you have been led by a legion of American legends, from great General Ambrose Burnside, who you know, to the great American hero Ulysses S. Grant, and of course, that fearless patriot, the late great American
God, it's happening
icon,
again.
Charlton Heston,
Oh my
great
God.
movie actor, great movie
This guy.
star.
Ulysses.
Down throughout history,
Globalish.
time and time again, hardworking citizens like you have answered the call to save.
This is the stupidest speech.
Now together we are going to save American freedom once again. We have no choice. We're going to have to do it again.
Save it again.
Because right now we don't have American freedom. We are going to preserve our heritage. We are going to defend our rights. We are going to protect our communities, protect our schools, and protect our precious children. We are going to secure our liberties for ourselves and for every future generation. In 2022, we are going to vote for tough, on-crime, pro-Second Amendment candidates in record numbers. Get out and vote. Make sure the voting's honest, by the way. Together, we're going to take back the House, we're going to take back the Senate, and in 2024, we are going to take back that great and beautiful...
It's not a guarantee that every NRA member is a Republican. I mean, it's a right-leaning organization, but it's a weird speech, too, for that reason.
And then we're going to make America safer, freer, richer, stronger, prouder, and greater than ever before. To the incredible patriots, people of Texas, God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank you.
Okay. I like that. There it is. Oh, perfectly timed. Oh, wow. In all seriousness, imagine going to speak to Trump. Maybe I'll just do one more tweet. Trump just finished speaking at the NRA 3 days after the worst mass shooting since Sandy Hook, and he danced to music at the conclusion of his speech. What a sickening display in absolutely every way. Man. Yeah. Well, it's pretty freaking bad, guys. I'm not going to lie. It is completely weaponized. I don't even have a comment. I'm going to take the weekend to think about the comment that I'm going to make when we get back to the show after Memorial Day. It's not good. It's not good. Exactly. Thanks to everybody who supported the stream in all seriousness. Very, very much appreciate that. I know. I saw Sean Spicer has like 6 chins now. I can't do anything about that. I don't even have anything to say about it. We can't even deal with that. I can't even engage with that at this point. All right, everybody. We'll see you very soon. Thank you. That's the end for today.